കേക്കുണ്ട്. ഹലോ, ഏതാ ലെവൽ വർക്കിനാ? എടാ ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ കുറച്ച് കേട്ടാ കുറയ്ക്കണ്ടേ? അതല്ല ഞാനിവിടെ ഇത് ഇപ്പൊ എങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്? ഹലോ ചെക്ക്. ആ അന്ന് ചെക്ക് 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 മതിയാ? ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക് ഓക്കെയാണോ? ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക് ഇപ്പോഴോ? ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ ഹലോ. ആ നീ പൊക്കിയ നിനക്ക് നീ കൂട്ടണ്ട, ഇനി കൂട്ടാല്ല. ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക്. ഹലോ. ഏ ഓക്കെ എന്നാ ശരി, എൻ്റെ ചെയ്തോ. check. Sound. Check, 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 check. Noise and sound. cheek, 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 cheek. Cheek, 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 hello, cheek.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of the 3rd edition of Sofi Way Forward. I hope you all had a restful evening and are ready for another day of insightful deliberations. Yesterday, we traversed the global landscape of the ornamental trade. Today, we bring our focus closer to the operational heart of the industry, sustainable production and marketing strategies. To lead our first session of the day, that is session 4, we are deeply honored to have with us our session chairman, Dr. Anburaj Amaldos, a senior scientist from Temasek Polytechnic, Singapore. He is a multi-award-winning expert in molecular diagnostics. His pioneering work in CRISPR-based technology and multiplex PCR is transforming global health and aquaculture safety. Joining him as a co-chair is Dr. Shibu Avi, Assistant Professor, School of Industrial Fisheries, CUSAT, whose academic and technical expertise will surely enrich our dialogue. May I now invite Dr. Anburaj Amaldos and Dr. Shibu Avi to the dais. May I now invite Dr. Anburaj to preside over the session.
Good morning, everyone. We are already slightly behind the schedule, so I am not going to give a long introduction. And today's topic is very interesting, sustainable ornamental fish production, not only production, but also sustainable marketing. Important. We have 4 esteemed speakers going to speak on both production as well as marketing. We have Dr. Anwar Ali from CUFOS, Dr. Ajit Kumar from ICR NBFGR, and Professor Felix, a former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Fishery University, and Dr. Madhu, Principal Scientist from CMFRI, and also Dr. Sandosh Baby from Aqualin Exports. So without taking much time, may I request the first speaker, Dr. Anwar Ali, please.
So let us now begin our first presentation of the day. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Anwar Ali, PH, Assistant Professor, CUFOS. Dr. Ali's dedicated work in reviving endangered indigenous species and empowering tribal communities through fisheries has gained widespread acclaim across the sector. We are truly honored to have you here with us, sir. So I kindly invite you to deliver the talk on breeding the indigenous ornamental fishes. Over to you, sir.
So Dr. Anwar, you have 20 minutes. Then probably we will reserve 5 minutes for question and answer. I hope it is okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning all, and first of all I thank again the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and the respected chair, co-chair, Dr. Felix sir, Dr. Ajit Kumar sir, and my dear colleagues and students. This is a very much relevant, important topic, and in the current context, again, in the exploitation pattern of the ornamental fish. Yesterday, I think the speakers might have talked much on the trade, in the international trade as well as domestic trade. And this is one of the sleeping giant or an emerging field that we are having the indigenous ornamental fish species. And India is considered as the gold mine for the indigenous fish species. We are again having the Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot, Eastern Himalayas, as well as the Western Ghats. I will be rushing through the slides, and again, meanwhile, we will be interacting, and again, we can have a discussion at the end. We know that we are very much diverse. We represent around 10% of the global fish diversity in the world. And again, we are very much, diversified in case of the freshwater fish, ornamental fish species. And we also belong to one of the major biogeographic regions in the world. And we are having more than 3,250 species, and Kerala harbors more than 200 freshwater fish species, and out of which 50% are considered as having ornamental value. Now, again, we can see, again, these are our ornamental fish species. Again, these are collected from the upstream areas of most of the riverine systems in Kerala. We are having lots of indigenous, including the small barbs, barrels, Deverios, and again the silver barrels, Dokinsias, again Dokinsia denisoni, and those red line torpedo bars, which fetch huge price in the domestic, in the international market, as well as in the domestic market. Then we are also having species like the hyphen barbs, which belongs to the genera Hypsilobarbus. Then we are having the stone suckers that belongs to the genus Gara. We are having lots of endemic species having ornamental importance, and again we haven't tapped the resource potential. We are having great institute, we are having great scientists, and we are very good in biology information, and we know most of the aspects, but still I don't know what is the issue with proceeding with the breeding as well as the marketing and commercialization of the species that we will discuss at the end. We are having several loach species as well as several catfish species, and again lots of indigenous, again Cyprinodontiformis, and lots of indigenous fish species are there. Which are, again, all these photos were collected by one of my PhD student, and again while undertaking a survey in the upstream areas of Kerala. That's why these all species represent. Other than that, we are having commercially important indigenous food fishes also. Again, most their early ontogeny stages, especially the fries as well as the fingerlings, are also having ornamental importance. Now, if you look at the fish diversity in Kerala, again, if you go to the upstream areas, you will be finding these ornamental fish species in the mountainous streams. And when it reaches to the, again, wetlands, including one of the floodplain wetland in Kerala, you will be finding most of these air-breathing as well as commercially important forms in the cold wetlands. This is a situation that follows everywhere in India, whether let it be in the northeast, or let it be in the Gangetic plains or the Brahmaputra plains, as well as in the Narmada, Tapti, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri riverine system. We are blessed with more than, again, if you examine the larger riverine systems like the Ganges and other systems, we are blessed with more than 300 plus species. But if you examine the diversity in the Western Ghats, again, each river system will be harboring more than 150 species. No. We are having more than 150 species. And if you look at the diversity pattern of the fish species as well as the exploitation pattern, we are having the subsistence fishery. Again, still there are commercial fishery in the plains of the Ganges as well as the Brahmaputra. And if you go anywhere in the Indian floodplain wetland, you will be finding the small assemblage centers or the landing centers like this, where invariably the food fishes as well as the ornamental fishes have been exported. And nowadays, in earlier days in the ICR syllabus, again we were studying about the eradication of the weed fishes as well as the predatory fishes. Now the trend has changed entirely. Now we are using a specific term which is called as the small indigenous fish species, or SIFs. And for promoting the aquaculture as well as the production for the small indigenous species, a lady was honored, a scientist was honored by giving the food prize for the year 2021, and which was for a small indigenous fish species like this. She could diversify the products from the species, and that was called as the MOLA. And there is one organization that is tremendously working with the indigenous community in the Gangetic plains as well as in the Odisha and in the northeastern states, called as the world fish. They are promoting the, again, commercial production of these indigenous fish species. Now, if you look at the diversity we are having, this is the nutshell, the diversity of India. We can, again, we are having this much odors, having the serpentine forms, the anguilliforms. Then we are having the clupids like the clupiforms. We are having 2 or 3 species in the freshwaters. Then we are having those species that bear teeth on their tongue, including the osteoglossiforms, including the Notopterus, and to which order the Arowanas as well as the again the Arapaima belongs. Then we are having the larger carps varieties which are called as the mahseers. Again, the juveniles of mahseers are traded and are having considered as ornamental importance. Then we are having these, we are having more than 200 species of catfishes, indigenous catfishes, among which again several forms are having ornamental importance. Then we are also having the Cyprinodontiformis, we may call it as the killiefishes or the toothed carps. Then we are having some species, they are not having the beauty to that of the carps as well as smaller barbs as well as the perchulates, but they are having the accessory respiratory organ, and because of the ethology, they are also considered as having ornamental importance. Then we are having the statefish, again these cichliforms, including the statefish, the juveniles of cichliforms are considered as ornamental fish species. Then we are having several freshwater pipefishes also. Then again we are having the tetrodontiforms and again the pleuronectiforms as well as the balloniforms. All these species are, if you go to European market, European aquaria or anywhere, you will be finding all these species. But unfortunately, we are not familiar with all these species. We are very much familiar about the guppy, platy, molly, goldfish, angel, gauramis and all other species. But these are also having the ornamental importance. We are having good breeding specialists in the government sector as well as in the public sector. And the breeding is not at all a Herculean task. It's a very easy task, but we should have a concerted effort to promote, to study the biology, to become good citizen scientists and continue the breeding programs. And if you examine, again, these are, again, if you look at the beauty or the design pattern as well as the coloration of these fish species, again, you will be wondering, again, of course, they are very much, again, compatible with the species in Amazon. And we know the biology, again, from, if you look at the old literature, we know the biology of the angular species. Again, we are very much familiar about all these, most of the ornamental fish species. Then again, we are having all this. Again, we are having one of the smallest freshwater fish in India, again the Horadandia britanni. And we are having several Pundia species. We are having several Rasbora species. We are having these, again, Chela carpulates, including the Neochela species. We are having several loach species and hyphen barbs in our context, and we are having the flying barbs also. And if you go anywhere in India, again, let it be Eastern Ghats, Western Ghats, Northeastern Himalayas, Central Himalayas, or Western Himalayas, you will be finding most of the species. Again, if you go to the cold water areas also, you are having the cold water ornamental fish species. And again, nowadays, again, we are describing species from the underwater or the groundwater, which are called as the subterranean fish species. And again, Kerala is considered as a gold mine for the subterranean fish species. And they are also in the trade. Illegally, they are in the trade. And again, nowadays, we have to develop the captive breeding protocol for these subterranean fish species also, and we are on the way to achieve this target. Again, that's why we are very much diverse, and these are one of the unnoticed diversity. These are, again, we are having several species of freshwater gobies. And the life history is also very much peculiar. They are the amphidromous species also, but we are having several species like the Sisioptera species that breed in the freshwater, but the larvae are drifted towards the marine environment, and they complete the life cycle in the marine environment, and after that they will be again coming to the habitat. We are very much fascinated about the life history of the salmons as well as the hilsa and everything. But if you look at the diversity in our paddy fields as well as in the ditches, we will be again amazed again by if you look at the diversity as well as the migratory pattern of the fish species. We are also having again the golden jewels in our environment also, but we should open your eyes and mind, and we should be passionate. A good passionate can breed any fish species. Now these are all, or again nowadays what is the threats we are facing? The one is again with the invasion of the exotic fish species. Again, we are having more than 250 species of exotic species have been recorded from our waters, and they are creating, either introduced illegally or again the purposefully, again they are again creating great threat, and most of these species have invaded in our water bodies, and they are competing with our indigenous fish species. And these are some of the subterranean fish species. And each habitat is very much important. If you look at the small ditches like this, you will be finding the subterranean fish. And once this habitat is lost, the species is lost. Now, if you see the pattern of exploitation of fish species in some of the floodplain wetlands, all these species are having ornamental fish species. And what do the fishermen do? They simply drying the fish. And simply, again, it may be either used as, again, incorporated into the fish meal or simply used in the dried form. We are not exploiting. And if you, again, see that, how much revenue it is generated by exploiting the freshwater fish from the floodplain wetlands, it goes beyond 4 crore in the cold floodplain wetland in Trichur district alone. And we are using the indiscriminate fishing methods. And again, fishes are harvested in plenty, undersized fishes are harvested, and they are not used, they are not reaching to the trade, they are simply harvested locally. And I will just share some of the slides on, again, some of the breeding experiments that we carry out. And here we are having one ornamental fish. Again, it's a food fish which is called as the olive barb. For the purpose of breeding, we should be able to identify the sex of the animal. And in most cases, the fishes, again, all the experts know that while in most of the species, again, the belly will be bulged and it will be using either the milt or the ovum, again, depending upon the gender of the animal. And again, now the technology that, again, we were using from the 1950s onwards because of Dr. Hilal Al-Chowdhury as well as Dr. K. H. Alikunyi. Now we are having the hormonal analogs. It will be available from all the shops. And again, we have to again give the injection. And the other technique is by giving the by providing ambient environmental conditions or by stimulating the environmental conditions for the breeding of the fish species. Again, after that, the most important thing is, again, we should know the breeding ethology of the fish species, whether it lays floating eggs or demersal eggs or some phytophil, where some plants may be required for the species to perform spawning. They may be laying the adhesive eggs. And some species may be laying eggs on the gravel bed. And the peculiarity of breeding and how the breeding ethology or the breeding behavior or courtship is being performed by the species, that's also very important. And again, the scientific people, you may use several terminologies for recording the things. And these are the embryonic developmental stages of the fish species. Again, we should have some idea of how much temperature is required in the tropical conditions as well as in the temperate conditions, and whether some species may be requiring gentle flow or the oxygen for incubation as well as for the larval survival. And once it is hatching out, again, usually for a layman, we may be dealing with the sophisticated technologies, including the indoor larval rearing and other things. Again, for the common farmer, the most easiest method will be the nursery rearing method that was traditionally been learned from the 1950s onwards. We can either go to the well-productive ponds, nursery ponds, as well as HAPA systems can also be employed, and fish species can be stoked into these systems. And again, it can be harvested after a period, and again, it can be either used for the restocking programs as well as for, again, export trade or to the domestic trade. And this is one of the, again, this is also very important, the life history documentation pattern, the entire larval cycle and how it proceeds, and how the larvae of the juveniles can be identified in the initial stages, especially for the barbs, which is the most diverse group of fish species. And once we are standardizing the breeding, it can either used for the conservation programs or for assisting the farmers. We can supplement the seed as well as we can domesticate the species, and we can have the brood bank facility, or it can also be taken into the aquaculture purpose. Now, again, we can conserve the species by adding the species to the restocking programs, as well as the tribal, the two marginalized communities. One is the tribal communities and the other one is the coastal communities. Again, we can assist them by studying them, how to breed the species, how to undertake the farming activities. And at the same time, we can also contribute to the ornamental fish industry. And that's why the seed production is not a matter. We should get, again, sufficient funding, as well as we should develop the sophisticated or the ambient system which is suiting to respective fish species by knowing thoroughly the biology as well as the life history of the fish species. Again, this was some of the activities that during COVID-19 period also, again, the aquaculture was emerging, and at that time also we could again supplement the seed. And earlier days, again, we had to collect the fish species from the forest area. We have to bring to the cities like Cochin. We have to standardize the captive breeding protocol. Then again, we have to release the seeds to the forest area. Now we are reaching into the forest area. We are establishing hatcheries with the assistance of the public participation from the Forest Department, Kerala State Electricity Board, the Tribal Welfare Department, as well as the local self-government department. And we could establish one hatchery in the tribal area. Nowadays, again, this can be applied, and again, it can be applied as a model thing by the State Fisheries Department to establish hatchery, a multi-species hatchery that can undertake breeding, mass breeding of the commercially important indigenous fish species having food value as well as having ornamental fish. That will sustain the livelihood of the tribal fisher folk. Again, these are some other ornamental fish species called as the Petia setnai, which is endemic to Goa. And again, using the commercial hormone-induced breeding technique, again, the seeds were produced in plenty, and all these breeding aspects are available in the online. And the seeds were again released into the concerned Coastal Agriculture Research Institute. And this one is again another species or another group having importance, which are called as the catfishes. Among catfishes, the Asian sun catfish is having a great demand, which is available in plenty. But because of the exploitation, the species is facing threat in the status. But it's again an exported commodity. The species can also be bred in captivity via hormone injection. The other one thing is that we have to either, the decision should be made, either we have to set a flow-through system or a continuous recirculatory system or any other types of hatching system. That is the only, again, that also should be flexible. That system can also be modified according to the holding or according to the farm area or the premises the farmer is having. Now the life history is also very important, and again these are the life history stages. And why this life history is very much important in the sense that we can clearly explain the biogeographic pattern of the fish species also. And this was also again ranched in the reservoir as well as the lacustrine systems in Kerala. And this again, it was also a public participatory approach is also necessary to undertake the activities. And now everyone is familiar with the Dokensia species again. We can identify the sex of the male as well as the females. We can, using the hormone injection as well as without the hormone injection, we can breed the species. And again, the entire life history is there. Now, again, there are lots of Dokensia species, including Dokensia assimilis, filamentosus, lepida, Dokensia denisoni, Dokensia chalacudiensis, and Dokensia apsara and Dokensia assimilis. By looking at this chart, again, the fisherman or the ornamental entrepreneur can easily identify the species. Now we are having another endangered fish species called as the Horabagris nigricolaris. And again, for that also, the breeding technology is very simple and it can be delivered to anyone. And again, the seeds can also be produced in plenty. And this is another most beautiful fish species, which is called as the Dokensia lepida. There also you can identify the species by looking at the tubercles as well as the filamentous extensions on the dorsal fin in case of the males, and that will be completely lacking in case of the females. And the species is easily distinguished by the presence of the lengthy barbels when compared to other filamentosus groups. And again, also we can have the entire life history important information is there. And finally, to reach up to the subadult stage also, we can have the entire documentation. And again, it's very simple. We have to prepare the ponds before breeding. We have to completely again eradicate the pond from the aquatic insects and weeds. And finally, we have to again add the lime and other activities in case of the small scale backyard hatchery. And after that, again, we will be collecting the broods, and a sustainable green water technology using the zooplanktonic aquaculture, integrating with the zooplankton, that also will be incorporated, especially the copepods. And once the breeding is over, the larval rearing is complete. By assessing the complete zooplankton density in the ponds, again, we can transfer the larvae into that. And after 1 month, of course, the seeds will be ready. Otherwise, we can incorporate the techniques like the biofloc. The larvae can also be grown in the biofloc system. Now, again, we are having another species which is called as the Pristolepis rubripinis. Again, this is also emerging as a species, and this is the breeding and the life history pattern of the fish species. And it belongs to an anabantid group, and by looking at the pattern, we can identify the species very easily, whether it's an anabantid or a cyprinid or by symbol, then this will clearly help in the larval taxonomy as well. Then we are also having another important species called Petia conconius. This is a male individual developing the nuptial coloration, and the other one will be dull in color, and we can administer the hormone also. And sometimes again the larvae may be sticking as well as the eggs may be sticking, and some larvae may be exhibiting the crawling movement. If the larvae exhibiting the crawling movement, which indicates that again it requires the torrent in the flow for its survival. And this is the life history pattern for the species. And again, this is one organization that is again, of course, I am in touch with the World Fish. They are promoting the aquaculture of the small indigenous fish species in the northeastern hills. And again, just like that, this is one of the model by which we are having the cold wetlands and other areas. We can educate the farmers as well as the local fishermen. We can again divert their livelihood activity into ornamental fish production by giving adequate training, with again by investing little infrastructure as well as little money, and with the public participation. And finally, mass scale breeding can be promoted for the species. And what is the disadvantage? That more than tons and tons of fish species are killed while harvesting the paddy fields. And a portion, if we are collecting the portion and if we are stocking them in some of the areas, that can be converted for biodiversity, again, enhancement.
Dr. Anwar, you have 2 more minutes to conclude.
I'm
Thank
finishing.
you.
Now, what is the way forward from, it's my own, again, this things, and it's for developing a response, we should always be responsible to have a sustainable aquaculture system. The first one is, again, we are having enough biodiversity. We have to collect them. We have to domesticate them in healthy condition. You should know the biology. The second one, the combined life history data is also very important. Most of the data are there in the PhD theses. We have to collect, and we have to have a simple biodiversity documentation in a public resource. And again, another one, the standardized portable. We are commencing with the Hundi hatcheries, to the jar hatcheries, to the circular hatcheries, to the flow-through systems, and aquaponics, as well as the biofloc resource systems. Advanced techniques, again, we can have the simple, again, portable, user-friendly, multi-species hatchery systems, and that's at low cost. And optimize the green. This is very much important. Again, we should have sufficient, self-reliant, and eco-friendly zooplanktonic aquaculture system. Especially, we are not at all using the copypods. We have to have a copypod culture system, and that will revolutionize the aquaculture industry. And the second one is, again, just like the Kerala is a typical example for backyard seed production system, how we developed the backyard seed production system for Karimin or our state fish. Just like the way the backyard seed production centers should be promoted, and that will support the small scale farmers. Again, that's why the local seed production units should be again established in the floodplain areas as well as in the upstream area at the vicinity of the reservoirs. And again, the bulk seed production should be carried out. Always should go for bulk seed production. And again, the seed should be harvested in eco-friendly manner, and that should be efficient, timely, linked with the market. And again, we should have ensure, whenever we are dealing with the species, it should be biosecured. We shouldn't allow the species to reach into the natural systems, because the natural systems always sustain a rich, pristine biodiversity. We don't allow them to contaminate these systems. That's why we should be very much responsible for the things. Thank you, and I always thank to my farm staff as well as my researcher, Dr. Melvin, as well as Mr. Arjun for supporting, and he has documented the entire thing, and he is doing PhD in developing captive breeding technology for the Smiliogastrin cyprinid, one of the commercially important subfamily of fish. And again, because of all these efforts, again, nowadays we are establishing we are developing captive breeding protocol, and they are transferable to anyone. Not much issues. Anyone who is passionate can take the technology and produce the seeds. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Anwar.
I think I kept the time.
Yes, we still have 3 more minutes for the Q&A. It was very comprehensive. Your lecture, your talk was very engaging. Also, not only the audience, but also visually engaging. We can see the quantum of work you have put. You have traveled widely. You have also taken us whole of India. I could remember the rivers that we studied in high school time. So I have a quick question. You mentioned that you have some hormonal analogs for the induced reproduction. Are they of biological origin or chemical origin, and how do you introduce into the animals, by injection or oral?
Usually we are having the analogs, sir. Ready-made nowadays we are having, if we are paying 500 rupees, it is available in most of the medical stores as well as in the other veterinary stores.
Is it a controlled drug or anybody can purchase?
Anyone can purchase. No, it's a commercial product. Anyone can purchase. And most of the breeders are using it.
Because the reason I asked the question, wherever I go in the whole of Southeast Asia, they use the fish,
Pituitary hormone.
sorry, not the human gonadotrophin to induce the eggs and sperm production.
Okay.
Yes, that's why I'm asking. That actually comes from China because your talk is on indigenous
Yeah.
captive breeding. That's why I asked. So I think we have time for one or two questions. Quick one. You can always find Dr. Anwar during a tea break, lunch break. We can have one or two questions. Anyone from students? Yes, Professor.
It was. Yeah, it was a very nice presentation, Doctor. And northeastern side, and there are many institutions involved in cataloging, working on the breeding protocol. And for Western Ghats, have you got any major projects to work on these areas?
Yeah, I received a fund from the UNDP. That was for the Munnar landscape to develop the breeding for cystomas.
Okay.
That was the first project in which I could establish the hatchery. And again, after that, there were some issues with the funding because during COVID-19, they stopped the project. And after that, I was struggling for the fund. And fortunately, the Kerala State Biodiversity Board, now we are getting the fund from them. They are
Western Ghats, doctor is here, and we need to do a lot of works. And the NBFGR is there. I think combinedly you can try to put up some proposal to get some major grants so that you are into the breeding protocol as well. And the NBFGR also brought out some beautiful fish breeding protocol. I think joint institution and with Dr. Mini and all, you should be able to get a major grant because this is what we are planning now. The country has to step into the indigenous fish marketing potential. And the first time I'm hearing you're very confident that many species could be bred easily like.
Yes,
so,
yeah,
so
absolutely.
if that could be done and if you can produce mass production, and of course, down the line, in the next 5-6 years, we should be able to.
Yeah, the issue comes with shall I interfere? There are two cases. One is R selective species and K selective. One is having the lengthy lifespan, and the other one is having short lifespan. We can easily come with the developing captive breeding protocol for the short-lived ones. And the other issue with the larger species like the channas as well as the other northeasterns, because the life history is little bit peculiar. But if we are domesticating the brood for at least for 2 to 3 years, and we are having sufficient brood stock, we can manage the issue.
They could be bred. Whether they are compatible in an aquarium setup, whether the study was carried out?
Yes, sir. It's so they are okay with. Even Denisonius also we can grow them in the ponds. Well fertilized ponds we can grow them. The key success will be with the mixed zooplankton culture. Just like whatever Dr. Ali Kunji, Dr. Chowdhury was, that we should go back to that system because especially for the small scale farmers. At least we should develop from that. In that case, the wild fish is doing a great job.
Good morning, everyone. Just like Dr. Felix said, it was a wonderful presentation, visually really good. You have done a lot of the work. But I wanted to ask you one thing. What is the criteria of selection of species that you select for captive breeding?
Yeah. It was again, actually I am a taxonomist. Okay, I am a taxonomist. I started the thing, breeding the species to document the ontogeny and to link it with the phylogeny. What is the subfamilial characters, what is the generic characters, in ontogenetically how to define a genera. But meanwhile, I understood that again anyway, because I was working as extension officer in the Department of Fisheries for 8 years. That's why that was in my mind. That's why I thought that I can breed the species. Then why should I can hand over the technology to anyone who needs. I can give the technology by these visual videos or the things. That's why it will go complementary. That's why I started, but again, then I started working on the threatened species or the endangered species. Again, this came, most of the endangered species are beautiful species, having ornamental potential. That's why it will go, the research will go in one part as well as the extension will go in the other part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Felix and Dr. Sandoz. Thank you, Anwar.
Thanks.
We will catch up during tea time. Students may have some question. We can catch up over tea.
I
Thank
thank
you.
the organizers for providing such a wonderful interaction and session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So,
Joining us now for the second presentation is a scientist whose work has quite literally redefined our understanding of aquatic biodiversity by discovering several new species, Dr. T.T. Ajit Kumar. As Principal Scientist and Head of Peninsular Aquatic Genetic Resources Center, his contributions to marine ornamental breeding are unparalleled. We look forward to his insights on NBFGR latest initiatives. So I invite you to deliver the talk on linking science and society with marine ornamentals, NBFGR initiatives in coastal and island regions of India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, respected chair and co-chair. I can say my mentor, Professor Felix, Dr. Madhu from CMFRA. I used to say he is the father of marine ornamentals. My good friend Santosh Baby, my dear participants, once again good morning to you. So I'll be talking about marine ornamentals, but I am not going to brief what is marine ornamental business because Madhu sir will give you a brief introduction about the marine ornamentals and all. What I am going to present is NBFGR has developed a model on community aquaculture utilizing marine ornamentals, and we have 3 success stories, one in Lakshadweep, another one in Maharashtra, and the third one is in Tamil Nadu. How the science is supporting to the livelihood of coastal and island communities, that I will be briefing with you. So marine ornamentals, it is a beautiful color fishes. My good friend Dr. Anwar has shown lot of pictures about freshwater indigenous ornamental fishes. However, when compared to freshwater, we have lot of varieties, lot of ornamentals available in the reef regions because different shape, different color. Name a color that we can get it from the reef region. That is the advantage of marine ornamentals. Then shapes, you know, that starfishes, seahorses. Of course, seahorses in the schedule. It is not allowed to keep in aquarium trade. But these invertebrates all are very cute, and there is a very good demand for demand in the aquarium trade. So if you are seeing the business potential of ornamental fishes, that today the demand is very high, however our supply is very limited. Why I am saying that demand is high, supply is limited means nowadays we are facing lot of stress in our day-to-day life, and most of the apartment system, the pet animals like dog, cats, bats, all are banned. So the only alternative way is reducing our tension is keeping ornamentals in aquarium tanks. You no need to separate cage or anything. You can keep your tank inside your drawing room or bedroom, wherever the space is available you can keep. Then apart from that, lot of technological developments in aquarium keeping. For example, synthetic salt. A man sitting in Delhi, he can easily simply rear the marine ornamentals because of the synthetic salt and other sophisticated instruments like denitrifier, ozonizer, wave maker and all. So day by day the demand is increasing, and however we are depending only the coral reef region for collecting these ornamentals because we have very limited technology in the case of marine ornamental organism. So as I initially mentioned, the model developed by NBFGR on community aquaculture unit, it is harmonizing marine biodiversity conservation with the community participation, which is providing income to the local community at island and coastal regions of the country. Then we are talking about SDG goals, Aichi target and other things. So whatever the model proposed by NBFGR, it is matching with the things of the national as well as international goal. Then it is environmental friendly. Actually, for example, the community aquaculture unit, what we have proposed in Lakshadweep Island, it is a small unit made with indigenous resources. You all are aware that Lakshadweep is blessed with so many coconuts. So the community aquaculture unit, what NBFGR has established, the roofing was some coconut leaves and the fencing and other things made with the coconut wood and all. The unit is connected with the solar panel, so absolutely there is no emission. So indigenous resources for the indigenous people of Lakshadweep, that's why we have called this is a beautiful model suited for the livelihood promotion of the island days. Then we have promoted a nano aquaria concept. Actually, the ornamental shrimps shims. It is size-wise very small. So we developed a package with a nano aquaria. So life on your table. Now you can keep your nano aquaria in your table with it is a small package we have developed with the support of VGP Marine Kingdom. So the package cost is 7,000 rupees with one tank and 5 to 7 numbers of captive propagated ornamental shrimp along with beneficial bacteria and synthetic salt. So this VGP is marketing this like anything since in Chennai you all are aware that their IT industry is grown like anything. Yeah, so before we are initiating this activities in Lakshadweep with the funding support of DBT, we have established a station at Lakshadweep and the project personnel working in Lakshadweep, they have residing at Lakshadweep and conducted several exploratory survey. Almost we have conducted survey in 20 islands which includes the uninhabited islands, and one of my students, Mr. Surendran, is also very much here. He is part of this exploration and discovery of new species. Actually, during the last 7 years, we brought out 7 new species that is new to science, and we are not limited with our work with the publication. So whatever we have published in journals, that same species we are trying to bring out to the aquarium trade. So what you are seeing here, that except Alpheus mannarensis, remaining all species we have discovered from Lakshadweep, and we are trying to promote this species into the aquarium trade. So we got experimental success with the 3 species, and that I will be briefing to the coming slides. So this is again the new distributional records we have documented from Gulf of Mannar as well as different islands of Lakshadweep. Most of the animals have ornamental value, and all these animals we are maintaining in live condition at our Gem Blossom Resource Center located at Agathi Island. So this is the protocol for value and supply chain. Actually, the institute which I have attached, the main mandate of the institute is conservation. So we are promoting ex situ as well as in situ conservation. So whatever animals we are collecting from the island waters, that we are keeping as a source material in our hatchery facility, and from the source material we are bringing the F1, then from the F1 we are bringing F2, and the F2 is we are supplying to the beneficiaries, it is going to the market. So wild gem blossom is protected as well as the F1 generation is also saved in our Gem Blossom Research Center. We have succeeded this technology for about 4 species, 2 species of clownfish, the Ambiprion nigrippus and Ambiprion clarki. The Ambiprion nigrippus, it is endemic to Lakshadweep water. It have a very good demand in the mainland. Likewise, we succeeded with the 2 species of ornamental shrimp. One is Thor ganiensis and Ancylocaris brevicorpalis. Both have very good demand. But you all aware that this sea anemone and clownfish have symbiotic relationship. We try to propagate this sea anemone in captivity, but we spent more than 3.5-4 years, nothing materialized for sexual reproduction. Then based on the literature, we have tried to attempt asexual reproduction, that is bifurcation of sea anemone. Initially some mortality was happened, and later we have standardized the technology, and within 3.5 months we got success with the sea anemones also. Here I have to thank Professor Felix. Actually he is the instrumental. When during 10 years back when he was the Dean of Fisheries College, he told, when I am seeing you the next presentation, don't talk, stop with the clownfish, you have to do some other animal breeding. So thank you, Professor, you are the instrumental. We start that day onwards we started working with ornamental shrimps, and I am happily say that now NBFGR have the technology package for 5 different species of ornamental shrimps. Of course, this sea anemone, it needs some more work is required. Some experimental success we got, but still we are working on to commercial propagation. So this is the working model for value and supply chain. Actually, whatever we are collected from the wild, within 5 months it is giving spawning, and we will be rearing in our Gem Blossom Resource Center for 30 to 40 days, and followed we will be supplying to the beneficiaries for further rearing in community aquaculture unit. units. So the beneficiaries, they are rearing in 50 days, and at the end, within 100 and 120 days, it is reaching to the hobbyist. So these beneficiaries, they are getting small income through this ornamental shrimp rearing. So I mentioned about that Thor heniensis and Ancyllocaris brevicarpalis. These two technology we have standardized, and the production, the survival rate of both the animals is 75 to 80%. When Dr. Anur was presenting, he told about the copypod. So that is the most important one, because we are also facing problem with the initial feeding. Of course, we have successful technology for copypod, this rotifer mass scale production, but still we are lagging in the copypod upscale production. If we can succeeded with that, definitely we can bring out so many protocol for the many commercially important ornamental organisms. So I told about that new species, that these three new species, Persilmella agathi, Cupidex spirituosamani, and Senatoric. These three are new to science, and we are trying to propagate this. We got some experimental success, some 20 to 30% success. Still we are trying to upscale this production, modifying in feeding regimes as well as modifying in the rearing system. Hope we will be succeeded within a short while. So these all are the other ornamental shrimps available with the NBFGR Gem Blossom Resource Center at Lakshadweep. All these species are live in condition, and we are trying to propagate this thing. Some Gnathophyllum americanum and Saran marmoratus, we got some initial success. This Ctenophus hispidus, we are trying. Of course, CMFRA also long back tried, but compared to other species, the larval duration is too long. It is taking more than 200 days, and after 120 days, we are getting so much mortality. But however, we got some small batches, the 2-3 attempt, we got some small survival in Ctenophus hispidus also. Yeah, this is about the capacity building. Actually, according to our capacity building module, we are providing 1 month training to the islanders, because morning they used to come, and afternoon most of the time they won't turn back. So we scheduled the training for a month, and initially some theory classes as followed hands-on learning. Then we used to provide some tank and some young ones to them, and they are started rearing inside our facility. Once they get confidence, then we will be supporting them for establishing this community aquaculture unit. So this is the community aquaculture unit we have established in Agathi Island, and 45 beneficiaries, all are women only, 45 beneficiaries. On an average per year, they are getting 25,000 income. For Lakshadweep people, it is a very good income, because there is no alternative, no additional income other than tuna and coconut. So they are very happy with this, but during the monsoon, there is no ship schedule and all. They are also not ready to continue this. So only 8 to 9 months they are attempting this venture, and they are getting small income through this. This is about the captive propagation of the bifurcation of the sea anemone I told. So whatever you are seeing the right side, that all are the bifurcated sea anemone. Within 3.5 months it is getting a small sea anemone, but it needs some more work to standardize the technology. So this is about recently this program concluded in Maharashtra. Actually the Maharashtra, the forest department have a mangrove foundation, mangrove cell. So they given a project to NBFGR. Based on the inputs, we have established a station at Airoli, Maharashtra, and from there we stocked 10 different species of clownfishes, and we established community aquaculture unit in 5 different states of 5 different districts of Maharashtra: Thane, Palghar, Raigad, Sindhudurg. And in Sindhudurg it was taken very well, and because so many floating population, it is near to Goa, so many floating population is coming. So there the beneficiaries, they earn the income of 35 to 40 lakhs per year. So recently, last year, this project got concluded, and we have handed over the facility to the local forest department. So this is the new initiative in Annamalai University. This is funded by the state government. Actually, government of Tamil Nadu have the tribal department. So in Pichavaram mangrove region, there is a Irula tribal community, and the Pulikat region, there is another one tribal community is there. So this, using this same model, we will be established the hatchery facility in Annamalai University. Same this clownfish propagated, whatever we are propagated, we are supplying to the beneficiaries of Pichavaram as well as Pulikat region. This is just 1 year back project. Last month only we started supplying the juveniles to the beneficiaries. So this is about the capacity building. These all are the indigenous clown species available in our Gem Blossom Resource Center at Annamalai University. These all are the different generation of the clownfishes. So this is the interesting thing. Actually, you all are aware about the goldfish. Goldfish have Carassius auratus. It is a single strain, but more than 100 variants available in the aquarium trade. So we have also made an attempt to crossbreed these clownfishes, Ambiprayan as well as Ambiprayan percula as well as Osillaris, and what you are seeing, that white color clownfish, that is the fourth generation of clownfish. Actually, it is entirely different from the parents. Actually, this percula and Osillaris, the juvenile cost around 300-400 rupees. But however, the cost of the hybrid, it is cost around 800-900 rupees, because hobbyist is preferring the different one. So far, we didn't supply this to the beneficiaries. Still, we are promoting. Actually, sir, here the problem we are facing is the egg laying capacity of the F4 generation is very less. Usually, this percula and Osillaris give to 600 to 800, but here we are getting some 100 to 200 egg. But survival is very good. Yeah. So this is another one interesting thing. Actually, we have collected Ambiprayan clarki from different locations, Gulf of Mannar, Andaman and Lakshadweep. Actually, morphologically and molecular analysis revealed it is Ambiprayan clarki, but it is a morphophyte. It looks different. So now what we are doing is we are trying to crossbreed the Lakshadweep clarki along with the Gulf of Mannar along with Andaman. What we are awaiting to get the result. Still we didn't get any egg. So disease is a major problem. Initially we treated the animals with antibiotic, and later stages we treated the infected fishes using that mangrove herbals. There is a plant called Exocaria agalaka. The latex have a lot of antimicrobial, anti-malarial, antifungal activity. So the latex we have mixed with the feed of the clownfish and given as a feed to the brooder fishes, and the F1 generation have the good resistant capacity, immune capacity. That finding we have published in Fish and Shellfish Immunology. So we have standardized the packing technology also, because whatever we have produced in Lakshadweep or Mumbai, we have to send for the market. So many anesthetic materials are available in the market. However, from the clove oil, from the clove, we have collected the extract, adapting local technology, and it is very nicely surviving for 48 hours without any mortality. That also we have published in the Aquaculture Journal. So this is about the MOU. I told about we have a MOU with VGP Marine Kingdom. Meantime, we have a MOU with the local traders in Cochin also. So directly the beneficiaries are linked with the traders. So NBFGR is not involving in the marketing and all. So friends, I am going to conclude. Yeah, so these all are the opportunities. Actually, low infrastructure and low investment, then woman friendly. Actually, why I am telling that woman friendly, we have technology for Cobia, Pambano and IMC, but there we need the earthen pond or cages. So it is not suitable for the woman population. So since the ornamental organisms are small in size, so it is more helpful to the woman population. They can easily handle on this, but you can rear the ornamental even this room also. So that is the advantage. If you, because nowadays there are sophisticated instruments are available in the market. Then it is a eco-friendly model, and of course it is a climate resilience model also, because we have conducted several experiments in our hatchery facility at Lakshadweep also. Even 1 or 2 degrees centigrade increasing also, the shrimps are nicely surveying, as well as sea anemone also. So I can say this is a good option to adding color to the blue economy of our nation. Of course, government has launched a very big scheme on PMMSI. So this ornamental aquaculture is adding color to the blue economy of the nation. Of course, we are facing the challenges also. And actually, all institutes, CMFR is doing, CIFRI is doing, all institutes, they are doing with ornamental aquaculture. CIFA is doing with the freshwater, CMFR is doing with the marine, but there is no coordination between the institutes, and there is very limited data. Actually, we all are doing this as an ancillary. There is no main subject. Actually, part of mariculture division CMFR is doing. As a part of conservation, NBFGR is doing. So my intention is, if there is a separate institute for ornamental aquaculture, definitely the country will succeed, and it will be the number 1 in the world, because we have lot of resources, Northeast, Western Ghat, Gulf of Mannar, Andaman and Lakshadweep. Then climate change, it is a serious issue. We have witnessed the same issue in Lakshadweep during the last year, May. During January, February, the surface temperature was 28, 29. But during the May, it was 32, and all the coral and sea anemone got bleached. Again, here we have to study the spawning frequency and fecundity rate of the animals and all. But few experiments we have conducted in the laboratory. These animals are surviving, but it is losing its color and other thing. So this is the overall outcome of the program. I am not going to brief all. So I can say this is a successful model, that community aquaculture, a successful model for linking the science and society. So whatever we are doing in the laboratory, it should reach to the common public. Actually, our system is behind product, pattern, all these things. But I may feel that at the end of my life, I will happy my science is providing bread and butter to a poor people. That is the only success I feel. So these all are the small brochures, booklets we brought out in regional languages like Tamil, English, Malayalam and Marathi. Whoever is interested, you can please approach soft copy or hard copy we will be supplying. We got recognition from Honorable President of India about the community aquaculture model in Lakshadweep. During her visit, she personally interacted with the beneficiaries of community aquaculture units attached with NBFGR. So friends, thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir. Taking science to community, it is very important message.
Thank you, sir.
You reminded to all the scientists like us. And I have one question. Using rhizophora and Abyssinia for as a herbal or health supplement is very interesting. Do you use it as together with the feed or feed?
Feed.
So do they dissolve in water when you throw?
No, sir.
Okay. So
Actually, sir, what we used to do is, when we are feeding this lattice mixed feed in the morning and the afternoon, we used to stop the feeding, and the evening only immediately it will engulf.
I see.
Likewise, we done the thing.
Do you also use phytoplankton or microalgae like nanochlorapsis for?
Yes, for all larval rearing we are using. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think we still have time. Any questions from the audience? Yeah.
Anyway, it's a very nice work. Since I have worked more than 10 years in island condition, in Lakshadweep, you have produced this much seeds and everything. What about the lifting to the mainland? What is the condition?
Sir, actually, the problem is during the off season only. rest of the period there will not be much problem. Nowadays, there is a Cordilla ship, that passenger ship, that tourist ship is coming, sir. So every Thursday, one ship is coming, more than 2,000 passengers. So
is there any administrative problem?
no. They will be hand carrying. No, all these animals collection and marketing, we got permission from the Forest Department of Local Administration. Then, sir, it is very limited quantity, some 2,000 like that only. If mass scale production, definitely lifting to mainland is the major issue in Lakshadweep, sir.
Major issues.
Yes.
Now, next thing, sir, you have done this much work and you spend this much. What is the present, any follow-up action? What is the present condition, whether any islanders are doing?
Yes, sir.
Now also?
Yes.
So you have to open that window.
Yes.
Otherwise, then they are producing and they are unable to sell their product.
Yes, sir.
This
Actually,
is the island condition,
sir,
I know.
we initiated the work with the DBT, then followed with the CMLRE funding. Now we linked with our TSP, Tribal Supplant Program. So institute, as long as TSP is there, I feel that the program will continue, sir.
Okay. Another thing is that this Clarke is not an endemic to island. It is Niagrippus is endemic to island. Clarke is available in mainland also.
Yep.
Thuthukudi area is available.
Yeah, from Gulf of Mannar I told
No,
you,
it is
sir.
no. You said that it is a
No,
endemic to
only
Lakshadweep.
Niagrippus is endemic. Only
That
Niagrippus.
is a Lakshadweep cloud.
Yes. Yeah, Clarke plenty available in Gulf of Mannar. Even Andaman also.
Yeah, Andaman plenty. So it's not endemic.
Yes.
But Niagrippus is.
Niagrippus, only Niagrippus is the
Niagrippus is
endemic.
endemic.
Yes.
Thank you for.
Thank you, sir. You are the pioneer. You are
Everybody has to come.
no, sir, I learned the technology from CMFRI only. So whatever I am presenting
You are
on
a
ornamental,
you are a
credit
CMFRI man.
Yeah, credit goes to CMFRI and again to Governor, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the thought-provoking question. Any questions from the students? Don't feel shy. Students, do you have any questions, guys? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Congratulations for this wonderful presentation. Since this particular session is on production for sustainable marketing, what is your recommendation for improving the sustainability or improving the transparency in the supply chain? Like you mentioned about the preserving of some of the key information between the players in the supply chain. So how we can overcome this particular challenge? What is your suggestion?
Yeah. Actually, sir, in mainland we are not facing any problem because most of the production is some experimental oriented. So maximum, what I told to Mother sir, maximum production is 2,000, 2,000, 3,000. Marketing is so far not an issue. If we upscaled, for example, in Lakshadweep, only 45 beneficiaries are attached with us. In Pichavaram and this Pulikat, 100 beneficiaries. So they are linked with the Kolathur market. Kolathur is a big ornamental market. So since the production is less, so far there is no issue, sir. It is moving. But once we have upscaled the production, then marketing, definitely a marketing strategy is needed. Yes. So Embeda, like big organization, they have come forward to export the thing. Then the beneficiaries will also get benefited, and we can also expand the things.
So is there any mechanism to maintain the traceability, like from which particular?
Yeah, sir. So far, no, sir. No. So far, the same issue actually, NBFGR is insisting to give. But yesterday also we talk about this certification and all. So future we are planning, sir. No. Future we are planning. That is the most important. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think tea is being served. So
I have a small question.
Okay. Okay. Last question. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm research scholar from School of Industrial Fisheries, and I want to ask that. Have you faced any difficulties from the community side? Like you have engaged the communities, right, for the ornamental fish culture and all the things. Like when you go and approach the community, do you feel any lack of awareness or any kind of difficulty to engage these people, like in the community aspect?
Actually, before we are identifying the beneficiary, we used to conduct a technology dissemination or awareness program. Okay, so it is scheduled for 2-3 days. So around 100 people used to attend. Among them, only 25 or 30 used to come forward for the further training. So hands-on learning we will be providing. From there also again one more scrutinizing. So the really who all are interested, that only we will be selecting. So if you want 50, you have to start from some 250, 300. Then only 25 or 30 will be stand with us.
Okay, sir. And then, like, you have told that three areas you have successfully implemented the projects, right? And can you just elaborate on your vision on Kerala aspect, like how can Kerala get also a success story like all the three places?
No, Kerala maybe Madhu sir will brief you. NBFGR is not doing any marine ornamental aquaculture in Kerala because CMFRA is here. They are the custodian of marine ornamental.
Yeah,
so I also part of CMFRA. I learned from there and doing. So
we can
Kerala,
reserve the
we
question.
Didn't get opportunity. It is but I think CMFRA is doing something with the Kerala. Sir will brief.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
I
So
hope Dr. Madhu sir will address this question later. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. I think, thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your thought-provoking presentation. So we don't have a tea break, and tea is being served, and feel free to walk out if you want to use the restroom. We will continue with the next speaker. Yeah.
Moving on with the next presentation, it is now my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Madhu K., Principal Scientist, CMFRI Kochi. A pioneer in mariculture, Dr. Madhu has hatchery technologies for several marine ornamental fishes and is widely recognized for his breakthrough research in open sea cage culture and fish genetics. With a career decorated by numerous honors, his work continues to set benchmarks in sustainable fisheries. Sir, we are privileged to have your expertise with us today. We most warmly invite you to deliver the talk on prospects of ornamental fish breeding and seed production in India.
Okay. Now is good morning. Is it? Yes, still morning. Yeah. Respected chair and co-chairs and my dear friends and students. Once I am seeing the students, my intention of speaking will be going like anything. The students that one student has raised a very good question. I like. She is asking what is the psychology of islanders towards this work. I was also working in Andaman Nicobar Islands. It is not like mainland people. They have their own character, and its coming is very difficult. Anyway, somehow NBFGR has done. Some people are interested. Very few people are interested. That is also Aramba Shuratham. I think everybody is Malayali. Aramba Shuratham. First they will come and they will do like that. Later on they will ignore that work. So this is the situation of that island condition. Anyway, I am not going to that portion. Just I would like to present, say last 30-35 years we are working in this field. So main my task is that is a recommendation. Which way we can develop our fisheries sector, means marine ornamental fisheries sector. That is my intention of talk and everything. That's why I have given, Mini Madam has already given that, sir, your suggestion is always welcome. You give some suggestion, good suggestion, how we can uplift our ornamental fish industry in India. Now, that's why my topic is that prospects of marine ornamental fish breeding and seed production in India. Here I have given many suggestions. So before that is why we are doing the breeding work, just promoting the trade. Is it? So here that is a total, in Indian scenario, we will discuss later on. In the world scenario, 1,471 species traded worldwide. You see, in if you are going to USA, more than 6,000 householders are doing the marine ornamental fishes, not freshwater or brackish water, marine. In the 1996, 95, that times, very few people are doing this marine ornament. But now, just the scenery has been changed. It is a developing stage, so people are accepting, people are understood that is how we can rear a small aquarium in our house and everything. Okay, then I would like to say that is among the marine ornamental fishes, damsel group, 43% contributing for trade. And angel, surgeon, and rhesus, gobies, and ketodon accounting 25%. Most traded species, blue-green damsel, then clowned anemone fish, then white-tailed dacilus, sapphire devil, three-spot dacilus. This is, we have developed these techniques 10 years back. So you can see that it's a beauty of the marine ornamental. Previous speaker also shown that it's a very colorful ornamental fishes. Then higher authorities are asking, this much beautiful fishes are there, why it is not flourishing in the India? Then our Ajit has presented that. I also asked that is a condition of the, then our co-chair is also asked that is why it is not developing. So it is not like a freshwater or brackish water. Government side, we have to get a very good impact, very good push to technical people, means like a scientist people. Government is opening the window, opening the door, then only we can transfer this, just like Lakshadweep, Andaman, this area, the government has to should open that door, then only we can push. I don't know how many people are there. 3 years before, not 3 years, 3 years before, 120 marine ornamental fishes was banned in India without the knowledge of CMFRI. Then finally I have sat in Delhi, then they removed that all ban, and without concurrence of the research institute, they have banned. Anyway, that problem was solved. I myself have gone even up to Prime Minister level. It has gone. Anyway, that gazette and everything has gone. So what I am trying to say that is before taking all such decisions, the government organization, government, they have to consult with the CMFRI people or is doing this type of work. Anyway, I would like to say that is Poma Center is contributing 47% and import is 43%. Now this Akandurude 6%, 8%, Labride 7%, 6%, Gabide 7%, 5%, Ketodonide 3%, 4%. Import and export I am telling. Calinode, Microdesmide, Saranide, Branide, and other some small families are there. So these things, this data can be increased once the government is supporting. Government should say that is okay, you can touch this. Government, why government is talking that is that is marine ornamental fishes are staying in a very flimsy ecosystem. Very quickly that ecosystem will be damaged. That's why government is giving that much strict, the wildlife warden is giving that much strict to enter in the flimsy ecosystem. So here this is a top species. We have already bred Chromis viridis, Ambipronocellaris, Dacilus, Arivanus, and these are the top 10 species, and it is influencing this trade, marine ornamental fish trade. You can see that is a beauty of this marine ornamental fishes. It is a Lakshadweep area, is powder blue is available, and all these species is till now. I am telling to, I am suggesting to my beloved students, you have very good opportunities in fish breeding in this area. If you are doing the MSc and PhD or something, you touch the species for breeding. So you see, initially my field was not in a fish breeding, in some other field. Once I started the fish breeding work, then only knows that is who is Madhu. So I am telling that is the students, I am requesting the students, you have to take a, so namesake, don't take a PhD. Very impact work you have to take and you have to present. It will help for the poor, penurious communities in our India. So these are the keto don't it, and nobody got successful result in the world. So this is, you see, Emperor Angel, Quran Angel, these are the species. This Sanctus cornatum. Sanctus cornatum has reared maximum 65 days, that is in Siamapare Kochi. Even world, they are rearing in the captive condition 15, 16 days. After that, the fish will die. I opened and I see that it is the fish is getting heart attack. That's why fish is dying. So people doesn't know what is the, why fish is, it's the same fish is staying in the area very nicely. Here fish, why fish is dying? So that we have to think, the students level you have to think. Why? So global status, you can see that 1.5 to 2 million people worldwide people are doing, and then 6,000 households. I already told the total trade which supplies this hobby with the marine animals and global multi-million dollar industry. This. And ornamental fish species, coral and invertebrates are collected and transported mainly from Southeast Asia and several island nations in India and Pacific Oceans. The main countries, you see, United States, European Unions, and to lesser extent Japan. Now one country is coming nearby our country, that is Sri Lanka. So here is as a total world trade is $4.5 billion. Annual global ornamental fish trade $442 million, and $240 million through import and $169 million through export. Annual increase 10 to 50%. Now it has been changed to 15 to 25% increasing. This is little old data. You kindly see that is this prospect. I am asking prospect about. So CMFRA is doing so many works. That is a separate topic that will come with a separate forum will come. This is, I am telling this much prospect we have. You see, freshwater ornamental 35% contributing, ornamental fish trade. Freshwater ornamental fish collected from 15% only. This is very important. You see, marine ornamental fish collected from 49%, whereas in the captive rate only 5%. So here also there are lot of scope. So this we are calling the low volume, high value species. Low volume means very small area is enough. You can produce, you can generate lakhs and lakhs rupees. Here is a marine ornamental fish. We have bred, in this juncture, we have bred marine ornamental fishes, 42 species. Now, these are the Amphiprion percula first. Then Ocellaris, Fernatus, Sibe, Sandaracinosis, Clarkii, Nigrippus, Maldives and Lakshadweep Island, Ephipium, A. Peridarian, Echolopisosis, A. Ocellaris and black and white, then Primus biaculatus, then designer clowns 3. Designer clowns fishes, double domino clowns, black Ocellaris, and then damsel, 15 varieties we have released. The 15 also, we are ready to give the transfer of technology to the farmers. Then, very recently, we have started, always people are telling that clownfish you have to stop, clownfish has to do some other institute or university or something. Now we have switched on to the gobies. Istiogobis ornatus, it has been bred in 2026. Then Gobiodon citrinus, that is also 2026. Then wide-barred shrimp goby. Then Priolopis nocturna, Dr. Rama and team bred day before yesterday. That also I have included. Because last 1 year we have reared this species in captive conditions. We got result in that 2-3 days before. You know the price of this fishes? Some people are telling $119 per piece. Some people are telling $40 to $60. So it is available in the net, you can see that. Then another that is a pseudochromis dialectus, sunrise dotty bag flaviferous, that is last month we got successful result. Then Anthiasis pseudochromis mercia, pseudochromis comipinus, dartfishes, purple elegant firefish Nematolurus decora, first time in the world we have produced. Next is a marine ornamental shrimps, cleaner shrimp, Lesmeta amboensis, red banded coral shrimp, Xenopus hispidus, camel shrimp, Ringosyncrus darbensis. Here is a problem, is a previous speaker also told, is a larval rearing is prolonged. 100 days, 60 days, now we go to 60 days. This is a researchable issue. My dear students, you can take a topic, how we can reduce the larval rearing period of this ornamental fishes. It is students' capacity. You have to come with a good, this is, you see, as a senior person, I am giving the some, wherever is gap is there, that gap should be filled by the young generation. So that, that one lady has raised a very good question. Like that, people should ask the question. Students, people mean students. So here is a future plans of research. You see, what are the difficulties we are facing? That I would like to say. I would like to share. Most of the marine ornamental fishes undergo the gonadal atresia. How many people know the gonadal atresia? Very quickly, especially marine ornamental fishes. Why is the gonadal atresia is coming? Whereas the same thing, it is not happening in the freshwater. Then another thing that is a monitoring and conducive and support of the modern equipments we have to, but now we are getting very good equipments, ozonizer and other things. Anyway, we are getting little result against the gonadal atresia. I think you may be knowing the gonadal atresia, what is the impact of gonadal atresia in breeding. Then RA system, inshore facilities, that we have started already. Is now RA's facilities are being given to the farmers. Farmers are using, even food fishes, Cetroplus, then many food fishes they are doing with RAs. Then assessment of the critical period. First you understand the critical period of this larvae, that critical period, how we can overcome, then you will be a good breeder. Then invertebrate research, hard corals, soft corals, sea fans, that type of work you have to do. These are the future research I would like to share. In the prospects, you see, India has, I told, it is a vast resources of ornamental fishes. Then India's technology of hatchery production of the few species which are in good and demand in the trade. India can emerge as one of the major source of country for sustainable marine ornamental trade with the help of these people. Okay, students, you are the young blood. You have to come. Our face has gone. So the prospects, you can see that. Production and technology, expansion of the marine ornamental hatchery. The very, very modern hatcheries we are finding out, and many techniques we are implementing. Then adoption of RAs and the sustainable culture system. Then market and trade, improved logistic and certification traceability, growth of e-commerce in ornamental trade, entrepreneurship and livelihood, opportunities for youth and women and self-help group. Then startup we have to encourage. Then sustainability of innovation, eco-certification and sustainable branding. Then public and private partnership mode we have to implement. Then linkage with ecotourism and public aquariums. So I told it to say I would like to give this recommendation. Recommendation that is there. They ensure that the trade development is not threatening the coral reef. This we have to ensure. Next is a destructive collection method should be banned. That here is from Philippines, some other countries, they are doing some, still they are using the destructive collection methods are using. Even cyanide the people are using. Impact of exploitation on the population due to selective harvesting has to be regulated. Some people are going only ornamental fish, percula is getting a lot of money, so only they are harvesting the percula. Then regulation of avoiding unsuitable species. Another one problem is here facing the minimum, that is regulation should be avoid the post-harvest method. Now, you see, if clownfish we are transporting. Clownfish we are transporting along with this symbiotic sea anemones, this fish will die. Post DO, death on arrival, DO will increase. That should be banned. That should be reduced. Then another is a commercial venture need to be encouraged to get more visibility and appreciation for the project. Scientists can also associate and collaborate with the private hatcheries for marine ornamental fish production for expanding this industry further. So promote public-private partnership, I already told, encourage women and youth and entrepreneurs, strengthen the marketing and export channel to tap the global demand, participate in the international aquarium trade fairs exhibition, develop the branding for Indian marine ornamental fishes, support research and innovation, genetic nutrition and larvae, promote eco-friendly and sustainable practice in the collection and culture, encourage integration with the ecotourism and aquarium parks. You see, here is a very important on recommendations that provide the financial support and subsidies for startup and small farmers. Government should take action to give agriculture electricity connection for ornamental fish farmers. Many farmers are reluctant to take the ornamental and fish breeding work because its electricity consumption is more. Government has already taken the decision that is they have given subsidies to agriculture sector. It is coconut plantation, all other agriculture, rice plantation, that thing, these things they are giving agriculture. But in the ornamental fishery sector, they are not ready to give, but some fishery officers are giving willingness to approve that subsidies for electricity connections. Then strengthen the captive breeding technology for high value marine ornamental species, reduce and wild collection. So wild, if you are going and again, the one day this will be collapsed, the system will be collapsed. Establish the broodstock development centers. That is very, very important. Establish, we are to broodstock development centers, government sector. Then the active, healthy brooders has to be given to the farmers. Like that, ornamental fish industry can come up. Promote the live feed production systems, rotifera, artemia, copypods, and larva rearing success. Develop a region-specific standard of operating system for breeding and seed production. You see, previous speaker has told this island is island ecosystem, survivability, and that things we have to, SOP was doing. Create a national database. We don't have, you see, we have very good database food fishes, but marine ornamental fishes we don't have. Even freshwater, brackish water, we don't have database. So we have to make a database and create the national database and digital platform for the breeders, traders, and exporters. Implement certifications and traceability system, QR-based tracking. So this is the recommendation I have given. I thought it's this audience I was not knowing. If the students has come means I have to change a little bit. This is only for the developers, and I think traders, only baby was there, or no traders are here. Any traders are here. For them I have made a PPT slide. Not for, anyway, anyway we will discuss. So any doubt or anything you want to ask, you please.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating speech. You not only motivated students and also scientists like us to take more research on this field. And thank you also for more practicable recommendations. I hope the students will be also motivated to take research on this field. I don't have any question from my side. How about you, sir? Yeah. I think we expect questions from the students. Don't feel shy.
Don't be
please,
shy.
yeah.
Shy. Any foolish question you can ask, no problem. Madhu is here.
Nothing is foolish in science. What looks
No.
foolish today may become
No, they may
reality.
think
Yeah.
like that. There is a,
Yeah,
sometimes standard was
inhibition.
low.
Yeah.
Standard was low.
Exactly,
That's-
exactly,
You can
yeah.
ask whatever you like.
I used to be like that, very shy, but no longer. Yeah.
Because you see, last so many years we are working in this field. So any question you are asking, we are ready to give answer.
Yeah, if we don't know, we'll say we don't know. If, maybe we can ask also your professors to give you extra mark. Come on, guys, don't feel shy. Professor is, sir is happy to help you answer you. Any queries?
Share my knowledge. Okay. Anyway, I think everybody is having. But suppose if I'm going outside, and many people will come and sir,
Informal,
this will,
informal,
how we will
yeah.
do? How we will do? Now you are some stage fearing.
I hope sir will be available for some time because I think you have to leave, sir, right? You have to leave.
I have to
That is
leave,
why we swapped. Dr. Felix will be coming later. So I think probably I will be here for another. Dr. Santosh, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience listening. My level best, I think I have.
No, it is
performed.
very interesting talk, sir. Very relevant and interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a great presentation,
Oh,
sir.
baby, I thought that you are coming and talking.
No, I heard that you are leaving right now, so I
Yeah.
want to catch you right here.
Yeah.
Sir, you have been there for that investors meet in Andamans.
Yeah.
So, like in Andamans, it's all intertidal pools and we can collect a lot of fish without harming the nature. So we had actually proposed an investment, but nothing happened out of it.
Yeah.
Because if we have to take it forward as an exporter, as an entrepreneur, I'm talking about this. Because you showed some data about the export of marine ornamental fish. But as an exporter, I know very little marine ornamental fish is going from India. Very, very little. And that too, some of it is captive bred and very little culture bred. Culture bred, Dr. Anikutan was saying, a lot of people are taking, and that is for the local market. So, but if we have to go into the export market, then we need to have not only the captive bred, because it is a very small quantity. We need to have the other fishes which is wild caught. So it will not harm but you have to give a recommendation to the government so that entrepreneurs can make an investment in Andamans as well as, and let the government, let CMFRI, let NBFJA overlook the whole thing and let them give permission whether it is collected without creating any harm. So we will come into it and we'll start exporting. But we need your help, sir.
Sir, definitely, sir. This is baby. Last year is 123 species was banned from marine side. That I have removed that. Somehow I managed and I removed it. Now that is there is no ban in the in our level best we are helping the traders and breeders. We are helping our any problem, but only thing that is but now you said this island system. Island is there. I don't know there why they are hesitating to accept the collectors. The collectors. What is my suggestion is that is I told it is a scientist and PPP mode. If we are implementing such mode, definitely the wildlife warden will be one of the part. Then he's even 1996 I started. That time is in this work I started in Andaman Nicobar Islands. They were telling that is no, you cannot collect. You cannot collect. You cannot collect even. Finally, I have gone to administration and everywhere I say I have gone and say, see, I am a scientist. Long back I studied all these things. I know the psychology, physiology of this reef system. But still then, they are not allowing. To me, then finally I have gone to LG. LG has taken decision. LG, Lieutenant Governor of Andaman Nicobar Islands, is taken. Dr. Madhu, don't spend even single drop. This word he has used. Don't spend a single drop of ink for this purpose. Go ahead. He has suggested like that. Now 42 species we have bred. If they would have stopped, so here is some they should be trained. breeders should give the training to these wildlife wardens and such peoples. Then only this system will be open. They are closing the door. Yeah, definitely. I have already sent. Definitely, I have sent the report to the government of India. Now still it is Ministry of Forest. My report is there. They are assessing. And anyway, the positive change we are expecting.
Yeah, I have one question. Yes, please, sir. Yeah, Dr. Madhu, and you have been in the sector, CMFRI, working on marine for the last 3 decades or so.
Yeah.
And we thought you will give me a white paper on marine ornamental fish production, but we are disappointed. And could you please tell me at least one species of a marine where we have the technology developed for the mass production, like a shrimp or a cobia? And do we have a kind of technology developed by CMFRI for dissemination? As he was telling, like, as long as we are depending on wild, of course, it is in Sri Lanka, it is allowed, but in India, it is not allowed to some extent. Of course, we have to decide what is the percentage of capture we can allow and how much production. If the production would have been to that level in the last 3 decades or so by CMFRI, and this question will never arise. The problem which they are facing will never come. So could you please tell me at least one species where we have the technology to produce at least a few lakhs in 3 months, 4 months time, doctor?
No, this I think sir, Felix sir, you are asking is a right question. I have faced this. This same things. Most of the clownfishes now starting the farmers. I think sir is not knowing. Even many part of India, we have started even on self-help group. Usually only one species, not only one species. More than 10 species of ornamental clownfishes already started in the, yeah. No, we cannot, as a researcher, as a scientist, we cannot produce mass, but we can give the technology to the farmers. Like that, we have, no. Yeah. Yeah. Now we have given to the Mandapam area, Gujarat area we have given. And many places, yeah, they are producing. Here is one problem is we cannot compare with food fish. Here market saturation will come very quickly. But suppose we are charging 150 rupees per piece. Another man they are harvesting from the capture and he will say that is no, saturation, yeah, it has come, saturation. Mandapam, you see, yeah, I will tell you that. Mandapam, they have produced, but finally they are not, sellers, there is nobody's takers. So they have given is finally 150 per piece they have charged per kula. No takers. Then they have given for 50-60 rupees. Then now they don't have that much interest. So this saturation is coming. Anyway, more people are coming, more traders are coming forward. We are planning to give, but now we are planning thinking that the farmers should link with the traders. Yeah. Should be.
There is no entrepreneurs coming forward to start a full-fledged hatchery. One thing that operational cost is very high. Initial cost is very high. Then current is a problem for the farmers. So all these things, recently one meeting was there with the ministry. In that one we have raised all these problems. So we suggested that agricultural connection should be given to the entrepreneurs or farmers who are doing ornamental fishes. So ministry is also asking us why it is not developing. There are certain things government should take action. Then only farmers will be interested. Because the operational cost is very current and sophisticated things are required, machines are required. Yeah, no, we can only recommend. No, if the farmer is interested to take, then they should get that facility, and government should extend that facility. That's why.
Thank you, professors. Yeah, I think this is not only problem with ornamental or aquaculture. Taking science to commercialization, most of the places we have the same problem. Very small personal science is actually translated to product and commercialized. And thank you for all your contributions. I think we have 1 hour. We have only 2 more speakers. With the permission of Professor Felix and Santosh, can we take a 5 minutes break? Yeah, for the toilet break. Yeah, thank you very much. Short break. We will assemble at 12:05. Thank you.
He says.
I think most of us are back. Guys, settle down, please. We will start with the next speaker.
All the participants and delegates are requested to reassemble in the hall. All the participants and delegates are requested to be seated in the hall. As we continue with our presentations, to share expertise on advanced aquaculture systems, we have with us Professor S. Felix, Dean of the St. Devasahayam Institute of Fisheries Science and Technology. As the former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Fisheries University and a senior advisor in fisheries education, Professor Felix has been a cornerstone of the industry, instrumental in developing over 45 constituent units for the university and mobilizing significant global investment for the aquaculture sector. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. So may I invite you to deliver the talk on a paradigm shift in ornamental aquaculture in India, moving from fragmented cottage units to integrated technology-enabled export clusters. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. And first of all, I thank Dr. Mini, Dr. Ajit Kumar, the organizing institutions who have been organizing such events consistently and continuously year after year. And it's of great importance and support to the government of India organizing such events, because creating an awareness among the youth and the farming community is paramount important. And here I am going to present a talk on paradigm shift in ornamental aquaculture in India, moving from fragmented to integrated technology-enabled export clusters. And we have been discussing about cottage units. Ornamental, whenever we are talking, we used to talk like this has to be developed like a cottage type, this has to be meant for women folk, or it is a backyard type of aquaculture technology. And for a change, I would like to feel like this is one area we have to make a change of mind, either out of the box thinking, and from cottage to industrial or the commercial level we have to plan. So of course, cottage, of course, we cannot avoid, as Dr. Ajit Kumar was mentioning, like for example, when you want to take up a project at Andaman or island like, and we may not be able to invest a lot over there, but in such places or in a very remote areas, hilly areas, northeastern region, and we can plan about this cottage type of farming. Otherwise, ornamental has got tremendous potential, and it can itself sustain as a kind of very big commercial venture, as it has been proved by many countries like Singapore and other countries. So this is what, and the second aspect is like, we always talk about ornamental aquaculture or ornamental fishes only for export. So we made a problem with the shrimp, and you all know shrimp aquaculture is one of the what you call the largely undertaken farming practice in India. And shrimp, we are the largest exporter in India for the past couple of years. But the problem is like, if you have a serious problem at the international level, and the entire stock of the entire export will be what you call it will be an issue. And in this respect, we also must think like ornamental aquaculture need not be 100% export oriented or a 90% export oriented business. So this again is a stumbling block of our country. Like, so again, I mentioned Dr. Ajit Kumar was rightly pointing out, this has to be taken up at the indigenous level. We should be able to promote aquarium keeping at home. So our affordability in India is going on increasing like anything. And we don't have to depend on export market for ornamental aquaculture. And that too, when we are at a very, very low level, less than 1%, and we have been hearing about this story from the beginning yesterday. And I would like to talk about a positive point. And you all must be knowing in India, aquaculture growth is almost like 9 to 9.5%. And if you take globally also, the percentage of aquaculture growth is almost like 8 to 8.5%. But look here, the Indian blue economy contribution through ornamental is like a 14%. So the last couple of years, we are seeing some tremendous growth in ornamental aquaculture production. I must thank some of the institutions like CMFRI, CIFA, and NBFG are contributing enormously for the technical inputs. And this 14% is not a small percentage. And down the line in the next 5 years or 10 years, and this percentage will take us into a very, very big market potential for India in ornamental aquaculture. And this I don't want to talk about, but one aspect we need to know is like, you look at the 10 major exporters of ornamental fish in the world. And it starts with Japan, Indonesia, Singapore, Netherlands, Sri Lanka, and many more. And we don't want to compare ourselves with these countries and we must see what exactly these countries are doing differently from India, why they are in the first 10 ranks and why we are not. And I tell you an example. I was mentioning like shrimp aquaculture, India is #1. How we have achieved this, and if you look at the Indian aquaculture scenario, one aquaculture practice scientifically undertaken, and the technology has been developed so nicely, and the package of technology is available. Anybody can take up the technology and undertake shrimp farming in India, and you can make a profit because you have a species, you have a hatchery facilities, seed availability is standardized, and how smart aquaculture practices are available. So that kind of adaptability or that kind of protocol should be available for any aquaculture practice. If it is available, then farmers won't be hesitating. Why farmers are hesitating? Why entrepreneurs are not coming forward? Because the protocol will not complete with a mere breeding, as they are telling like a CMFRA, bred this, that. That will not work out with that. And you have to come next to that level. Larval rearing is a very complicated procedure, and you need to have a live feed support for there, and the disease support is there. Water quality management support should be there. And if it is, everything is available, ornamental aquaculture can be also like grow like a shrimp aquaculture. So that is what other countries are doing, which we have not done it. And the major production states, and you all know, we have some two major resources. One is Western Ghats, another one is the northeastern region. So the states like West Bengal and Assam, so they will be focusing on the northeastern region. And for Western Ghats, we have Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and of course we have a big and very reputed institutions close by Western Ghats. That is an advantage. You have NBFGR, you have CMFRI, and there is plenty of scope. Like these institutions can help to take out technologies like. In simple time, I want to bring to your knowledge the current reality. As I was talking about the lack of standardization, if there is no standardization of protocol at various level, aquaculture is not a simple or a single entity, and it has got lot of segments. Everything is complicated. It is not like agriculture. It is not like animal husbandry. Things are not seen outside. You are stocking the fish in the water, and you may not be knowing exactly for the next 100, 120 days what is happening in the pond or the tank for the animals, So you need to have a kind of extraordinarily brilliant to manage aquaculture. So that is why I used to tell like aquaculture technicians will have a very tough job than the animal husbandry or an agriculture scientist like. So unless you have a standardized protocol or SOPs available for every segment, hatchery, nursery, growth and all, things will not work out. So these things are not practically available for ornamental fishes. When I am talking about ornamental fishes, I am not generalizing all those things. Like there are certain fishes. For example, we have some exotic varieties like gold, koi, and then all sorts of mollies and other things. We have the protocol, we have the technology available, but we are talking about more of Indian indigenous fishes like so. And 90% of the production is from the cottage unit. So when we climb, India is a country where the cottage, we are promoting cottage type of ornamental aquaculture. There is a serious problem there. When we are focusing on cottage type of production, the biosecurity is a kind of issue there. Why biosecurity is an issue and it is not scientifically done? Because they will be doing it in a kind of very rough way, and the survival they won't be bothering. For example, in a shrimp hatchery, the survival is 90%. If you look at the ornamental aquaculture hub, where the cottage type of production is taking place, the survival will be only 20% or 25%. It means like it is compromised, right? So there will be a disease problem, there is the water quality is not monitored. In simple terms, ornamental aquaculture at a cottage level, at a small scale level, is not scientifically taken up. And the major issues are low productivity. So we have been talking about we are unable to produce more. Why? Because there is serious problem. The poor water quality, high mortality, and then you have disease problem. And all these things are mainly because we are unable to maintain it in a scientific way. So what we have to do, the need for modernization. We need to modernize it. How we have to modernize it? And the industrial transition. So as I was mentioning, like from cottage type, from small earthen ponds, small tanks, we have to come into advanced aquaculture technology models, and we are not new to that. We have already adapted in in shrimp aquaculture, in carp farming, etc. Like shift to intensification. So no more the aquaculture is undertaken at 10 per meter square production. We have to increase the stocking density, then only the production can be increased. Instead of 10 pieces per meter square, now shrimp farmers are stocking almost like 100 pieces per meter square. How it is happening? Because you have to have a support facility. You need to have aeration, you need to have a filtration, and you need to have a bioremediation mechanism. If everything is there, the stocking density can be increased. That is the only way by which we can increase the yield. So that is what farmers are interested. Instead of producing 5 kg or 10 kg, now through RAS facility, you can produce almost like 40 to 50 kg per meter cube. Just imagine. The science is growing. The technologies are available. Only thing is we have to grab the technologies and indigenize to our requirement. So these are the three aspects I want to discuss. I think I have taken a lot of time. So the three important aspects I want to discuss today, how these three pillars of transition can happen in ornamental aquaculture. One is infrastructure integration. So infrastructure-wise, we have to integrate our aspects. For example, establishing aquaparks and establishing special economic zones, special purpose vehicle mode kind of ornamental. And these are all not new things. It has done already in Kerala. And what is that? Cowell. And our Dr. Mini is always known for it. In fact, this gives us a kind of impact for myself. When I visited Cowell for the first time, I thought like it can be done in a different way. I will explain to you later. And then the second one is technological intensification. Unless we adapt technology, we will not grow. We will not develop any aquaculture practices. And we have number of new precision aquaculture techniques are available. Recirculatory aquaculture system. You have raceways. You have lined pond with the central drain facility. You have biofloc system, aquaponics. All these aspects are precision aquaculture practices need to be adapted as per the requirement in ornamental aquaculture. And global connectivity is very, very important. Though we will be producing for the indoor, for example, indigenous requirement, we have to also focus at least 20-30% for export. And there, unless we have a kind of a protocol like a traceability certificate, a health certificate, we may not be able to export all these fishes abroad. The need for advanced technologies. What we are lacking here is in ornamental aquaculture, it is a fragmented production. For example, when you have 100 cottage type of production centers in Kochi, and then what is happening is like it is a fragmented production. So how export market works, like for example Singapore, we have that is one of the major marketing hub. So there will be lists available. If you look at the website, you can understand. For goldfish, a particular variety, and there will be a demand for 10 lakhs seeds. Then they will look at the websites of different countries where these fishes are available. Some 10 lakhs or 5 lakhs of fishes. And if you don't have that mass, if you don't have the numbers, then you are nowhere in the picture.
So that is how we are not in the picture of Singapore market or other European market. So lack of export quality of fish, when we produce more, then the quality also has to be maintained like. So this is what we call like advanced aquaculture technologies, and they are not new. For the last couple of decades, many such technologies have been indigenously developed through various research institutions as well as at the private sector. RAS is one, recirculatory aquaculture system. And of course, this is done in a very most sophisticated manner in many countries. I have visited countries like USA and other countries, and the RAS, what they mean like RAS is a highly sophisticated one, and it is very expensive also. We don't have to go for such a big or sophisticated, costly RAS system for ornamental aquaculture. And this RAS can be indigenously developed for our own ornamental aquaculture. Of course, these techniques have been already developed. NBF jar has developed a small model for even cottage type. In fact, we have developed a model of NBF jar at our college. I'll show you the picture. And biofloc is another one, microbial. And biofloc is one of the best thing happening in aquaculture. And Dr. Samoka and Dr. Yoram, they have developed this technology for shrimp and tilapia respectively. And this technology was introduced in our country almost 10 decades back. Initial stages, in fact, I myself got a project from NFDP, and we have visited 10 states across the country to demonstrate biofloc technology. And of course, cage culture, you all must be very thorough. Automatic feeders, why automatic feeders? Now automatic feeders are available easily. Like feeding is one very, very important aspect. Controlled feeding only can help aquaculture. If you are going on feeding the fishes beyond the carrying capacity, the water deterioration and disease problems will be more like. And of course, aquaponics, fish plus plant culture, and this is one best integration can happen in an aquaculture practice like. And this is what I was mentioning, like NBF jar, a model for small cottage type RAS facility. And this, the RAS has got a lot of advantages, right? Almost 90% reuse water is possible. Like, though sometimes you may have water may not be a big issue, and water is a serious problem world over. And we have to, safeguard the water usage. Biofloc technology, and this is a precision aquaculture method with the CN ratio management. Accurate carbon and nitrogen have to be managed. And through Government of India project, biofloc technology for tilapia and shrimp were promoted enormously. And the end of the day, a few years back, then once again, farmers started complaining it is because the technology is not working, it is a failure, blah, blah, and all those things like. Mainly because biofloc technology is a highly technical input required technology. And whenever you are operating a biofloc or a RAS, a technical support is required. Somebody who has done fisheries expertise should be employed there. Farmers directly cannot do the biofloc technology themselves. So at the end of the day, they will be blaming the technology. Biofloc technology, please understand, world over, this has been proved very successful, and they are producing almost like 400 tons of tilapia per hectare using biofloc technology. Indoor vertical aquaculture is another method using glass tanks. You can, having this hatchery facility in a limited, this room size, you can have plenty of production. Lakhs and lakhs of seeds could be produced like. Advanced hatchery technologies, unlike what we are doing in carp or shrimp, we need to have a separate units like a larval rearing, we need to have a unit, broodstock, there should be a unit, and then for growth, you need to have a unit. Something like that, the hatchery technology has to be developed and the protocol needs to be standardized. I need to tell you a story about aquatic rainbow technology park, which I have developed in Chennai. And I have started my assistant professorship long back with ornamental aquaculture, because that is a trend. Like any assistant professor, it is easy to adapt, it is easy, and with the minimum system, you should be able to take up ornamental aquaculture. And what happened when I became the vice chancellor at the time of my tenure, retirement, I have got a project worth of 15 crores from the government of Tamil Nadu to establish this facility. And why we have shifted to this facility? I have visited Kovil here, Kochi, couple of times to see the facility they have developed here. And this facility was mainly to organize the farmers who have produced from cottage or small scale units, and they used to bring to this unit where the export issues will be sorted out, and organization will be taking care of the export. And but the production side is all same, like, right, a cottage type or earthen ponds or the tank and all those things like. And what we wanted to do was, we wanted the farmers to take up advanced aquaculture technologies. So we started talking about the raceways, the RAS, biofloc to the farming community. So you all must be knowing, there is a place called Chennai, what is that? Kulattur. It is an ornamental hub, and Dr. Mini and her students visited there many times. And this ornamental hub has got traditional aquaculture practices like tanks, small earthen ponds, and all those things like. So we have conducted many capacity development program, training programs, and inviting them to invest in such a aquaculture system. It never happened. After a couple of years, we have decided to go for a SPV mode of kind of farming practices. SPV, like what do you call? And you will be developing the technologies, you will be developing the infrastructure, and the farmers will be brought in over there, and they will be trained for a full crop to take up a RAS crop or a raceway crop or a biofloc crop, something like that. So this is how this facility was created. We have a hatchery, 10 sets of hatcheries, 10 sets of nursery facilities, and 10 sets of growth facility. In each hatchery, there will be like 30 tanks. You have glass as well as FRP tanks, as you have seen here. And you have raceway facility with nursery rearing. It is almost like 13-ton capacity. Again, you have 10 sets. And we have a larger 27-ton capacity growth systems. And this is again a RAS facility. And these are the 3 sets of facilities we have created. And the farmers from Kulattur and other nearby regions of Tamil Nadu were brought in over there, but the minimum charge they paid, and they get trained, and then this kind of facility resulted in establishing of one more such facility at Madurai. And recently, government of Tamil Nadu, with the help of NFDP, has invested a huge amount at Madurai to develop another similar aquatic rainbow technology park. And this is another special purpose vehicle mode aqua facility we have developed at Chennai Madhavaram. And this has got one roof. We have all these facilities, like you have a broodstock facility and larval rearing and growth facility. And this can be used for edible fishes like tilapia, or a kind of ornamental fishes like gold and koi. And this nursery facility we have now developed at our college at Kanyakumari. And this is again an ideal system for ornamental aquaculture. You have 40 tanks of 160 liter capacity with a simple sponge filter and a biofilter. And this is again a RAS facility, ideal for ornamental aquaculture without much investment as we required, as we have to follow in a foreign model. And instead of earthen ponds, you can always go for lined ponds with the central drain facility. And this has got many advantages compared with earthen ponds. And if you want to have a cottage type of ornamental aquaculture, then you need to have many numbers. Instead of doing 5 tanks and 10 tanks, we have to recommend to have like hundreds of tanks. So this will be easy for maintaining, and with the minimum and clean facility can help ornamental fish production. The second aspect is technological intervention, and here live food is very important. My previous speakers were repeatedly mentioning, like, unlike other aquaculture practices like carbs or your shrimp, and ornamental aquaculture always require a very critical intervention, that is a live feed. If you do not have a live feed support system, your ornamental aquaculture cannot survive. So you require a specific live feed production. In our aquatic rainbow technology park at Madhavaram, Chennai, we have exclusively developed rotifer, for example, Daphnia, Moina, and earthworm cultures were all standardized. So this is very important. The scientists need to give a protocol and the technology to the farming community, so that they should be, the culture of these things are very simple, and if you have an ideal water quality parameters and a good seed, and they should be able to produce these seeds quickly. How many more time? 2-3 minutes? Yeah. Okay. And the most important aspect is genetic improvement. And unlike edible fishes, here genetic manipulation is possible. There is no hardship in ornamental fishes. So unless you do the genetic manipulation, you will not be able to produce good finages, good color patterns and other things. Of course, there are a lot of synthetic and other hormones are used for producing color and other things, but still the best and long-lasting method will be genetically manipulating the fishes, particularly for sex reversal in guppies. It is very important because the male fishes will have a very good this thing. Guppy, it may look like a very simple fish, but you all must be knowing internationally this is a highly reputed fish, and there are a lot of international clubs available for guppies, and there will be a huge competition going on world over every year for the best producer of guppies. So there are different methods of genetic, you can plan selective breeding, hybridization, transgenesis, hormonal, sex reversal, etc. And the third aspect is biosecurity and disease management. And you commonly end up with a lot of parasites and diseases in ornamental aquaculture. For example, Argulas, Lernia, a lot of bacterial infection, and all those things are common in ornamental aquaculture where you do not have a clean water. So the biosecurity and disease management are very important, and we need to take care of all these things like. And smart aquaculture technologies, now you all must be aware, water quality sensors are available. You don't have to be sitting with a pond all the time. With the mobile, you can get the DO level, pH level. If the early morning hours, if the DO drops below 3 ppm, and then you can find out, you can do the remedial measures immediately from your, even if you are sitting at home 10 kilometers away, you should be able to operate your pump, and you can make the system working like. Automated feeders, I was telling, like mobile monitoring apps and AI-based disease detections are common now even in India in shrimp aquaculture and shrimp hatchery facilities. And cluster-based ornamental production, this is very important. Instead of doing it in individual entity, it needs to be done in clusters. Could be like a hatchery or a grow out or feed production. If you are doing it in cluster, you should be able to produce more. For example, if there is a demand for 10,000 goldfish in a particular area, so if the fishes are not available in one hatchery or other hatchery, you can pool from the cluster, you can produce. So this is what is happening in many countries like. So this cluster approach had to be adapted effectively like. And we have good example, Kulathur, they have a cluster, and Tiruvallur district, Madurai, as I was mentioning, like in Calcutta, this cluster production is very popular. Of course, Ernakulam and Thrissur also important export centers are available. Ornamental Fish Technology Park, I was mentioning, like in Tamil Nadu we have 2, and Kerala a couple of parks are available. And this is the Aquatic Rainbow Technology Park at Chennai. And of course, global connectivity is very important for export market opportunities. And as I was mentioning, like disease-free certification and traceability certifications are very important. For that, you need to have a biosecurity, and that needs to be ensured by doing the scientific protocol effectively like. E-commerce ornamental fish trade, you don't have to go to a market to sell your fish. Online, you will be able to sell all your fishes, right? So that kind of protocols are available. And branding Indian ornamental fishes. And as I was mentioning, like if you are interested, 20-25% of the export, and all our indigenous fishes need to be branded. We have plenty of such branded fishes are available in the freshwater side. Indian koi, Indian glassfish, Indian zebrafish. Similarly, uniqueness of the ornamental fish has to be established and demonstrated for fetching good prices like. Additional income sources are available. What we expect from all these things? Economic growth. We can put our 1%, less than 1%, to almost 10% in the next 5 years, and 20% in the next 10 years. Job creation possibilities, and enhanced efficiency and productivity, social and human development. My last slide, future strategies and key steps. Develop ornamental fish clusters. That's very important. And promote RAS and biofloc and other technologies into ornamental aquaculture. Strengthen export marketing to a level at which we want to export. Improve genetic breeding. This is the nutshell. I just want to tell we have to do it. Of course, there are key government agencies involved, Marine Products Export Development, NFDP, and a number of Indian Council of Agriculture Research. And Dr. Ajit Kumar was mentioning like creating a new institution. Instead, what I am telling is like ornamental fish culture for the last 2-3 decades, I am seeing only Dr. Ajit, Dr. Mini, and there's only a very familiar scientist group are working on it. Instead, ICR institution must allot 10% of the scientists to work on ornamental fishes in all the institution. If it is done, then there will be a lot of scope we can see in terms of technology development. And in conclusion, I want to tell you advanced technologies, organized production clusters, and efficient marketing strategies, these alone can take ornamental aquaculture to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. If we can achieve for shrimp and why not for ornamental fish, you have raised a very logical question. And also, you have not only identified the gaps, but also offered solution like technological adoption, intensification, as well as global connectivity, and also you have shared your personal experience achieving this. Thank you very much. And I have a very quick question. You have suggested genetic modification as one of the technology for having a high quality brood stock. And how difficult it is to get approval from the authorities for using such a genetically modified organism?
Yeah, in edible fish, of course, that is banned. Like, of course, tilapia, to some extent, it has been approved. Now it is, government has given approval for the states to give a clearance for gift tilapia. But for ornamental fishes, I don't think there won't be any problem, because it is not an edible, it's not an edible, it is only for ornamental purpose. World over it is permitted, world over, globally it is permitted, and they are doing a lot of manipulation. Even for research work and experimental purposes, they always adapt ornamental fishes, like, yeah.
Thank you, sir. So we can have one or two quick questions, because we have another speaker before lunch. I think, Prof, we can have an informal chat over the lunch. Yeah, so we can invite the next speaker, Shandos. Yeah, thank you, Prof.
Moving on to our next presentation, the technical series continues with Mr. Santosh Baby, the managing partner of Aqualine Exports. As a veteran industry professional, he provides the crucial link between sustainable practices and the global market, ensuring that a native biodiversity is represented ethically on the world stage. Sir, we invite you to share your insights on sustainable exporting of indigenous ornamental fishes of India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. Respected chair, respected co-chair. Good afternoon, everyone. For the last 2 days, you have been listening to the technocrats' science. Very interesting presentation, very lively, very captivating presentations from the scientist community. Also, we had presentation by Danny Benjamin, by Kabila Tisaria, and Shane Willis. Very interesting presentations. But my presentation, I think, is different, because I'm not a scientist. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an exporter. Though I do have a basic degree in fisheries, I am more into business. Before I start, thank you for inviting me to do a presentation in the Sofi 2026, The Way Forward. I've been attending Sofi from 2012 onwards. So I've been thinking, what is the way forward? We have been talking about it, and very little has achieved. Though there is a gradual increase in exports, there is a gradual increase in the entire industry, there are many more things that we should look into. Dr. Felix, sir, was saying a lot of things that what he said is right. We should have more technological advancement in the culture systems, like RIS he was talking about. Recently I've been in China for the last month. So how the government has supported them to do RIS, to do ornamental fish culture, I was totally amazed. The entire system was provided by the government. And that is how they produce the fishes, like in large quantity, massive quantities. So it is high time we also should look into it. But even talking about it, there are, instead of even technological advancement in production, we also need to look into what we need to produce. That is what I'm going to talk about, though there was a lot of talk about marine ornamental fishes by Dr. Ajit. But that I'm not touching, I'm just touching freshwater ornamental fish. A lot of people have talked about statistics, but even then, to start with the presentation, I think we should talk about this a little bit. You know, all know this now after a lot of presentations, it's about 15 to 18 billion dollars, and India's share is actually 1.16%. Our export share was increasing right from 2020, during the COVID time, it gradually increased up to 2023. This data is about 2023. Now it's slowly on the declining stage. I'll tell you why. There is, of course, Japan, we export the total, when you consider the total trade, Japan exports a lot because of koi. It was the Singapore, which was known as the ornamental fish hub, but later on it changed because Indonesia was producing a large quantity of ornamental fish. And they were taking a lot of ornamental fish from us also. As I said, India's share is very meager, and I don't want to repeat the word sleeping giant. I don't know why the sleeping giant is not awakening. But still, the sector has shown definitely a growth rate. Now, this is 2023 data. We have been exporting a lot of fish to Indonesia. Now, as I said, it is declining because a lot of fishes got banned, especially our premium fish, as you all know, Chana Burqa. Chana Burqa came into Wildlife Protection Act, so the trade has gone down a little bit. Now, we are exporting a lot to Malaysia, Singapore. This is the entire trade of India. But if I consider my trade also, it is almost the same. These are the countries that I am exporting mostly to. As you know, there will be some differences in this data, but look at this. Well, Calcutta is doing a majority of ornamental fish exports. But Kochi and Chennai is also doing, but the data is not showing because there is a change in the HSN code in this matter. Now, looking at ornamental fish export, the exports has increased. But looking at all the exporters from India, if you consider all the regular exporters who are live in this trade, most of the exporters are exporting basically indigenous varieties. Madhusar showed some data, but that I think there is some discrepancy in that because the HSN code is different. We don't have much exports of marine ornamentals. What I asked him on that time, but he said it is the exports of the world trade. So all this indigenous fish comes from the northeast region, that all you know. We have also from Kerala, we also do have a lot of good varieties from Kerala. We all know the biodiversity focus of this because all these rare species come right from, we get a lot of fishes from Calcutta as well as from Assam. You know, Chana Burqa comes from Assam. Now look at the major indigenous varieties. These are for me as an exporter, these are the fishes that I've been exporting. We started off our export in 2007. Then at that time we were doing only exotic species, especially to Middle East. Now slowly we graduated into highly specific rare varieties of indigenous fish, especially during the COVID time where we were able to collect fishes like from all over the parts of the India, and we were used to quarantine it, condition it, and cure all the diseases and send it. So that is how we became a top exporter in India, because we used to take fishes from, because you know Chana Burqa and all, if there is some kind of injury, they will not accept it. So for me, it was like, if the fish is injured, I'm happy. We'll take it up. And we'll try to cure it up. We have a quarantine facility and we'll cure it up and send it back. So we used to get fetch a good prices. Now, I asked a question when I was sitting there, when I was talking about freshwater ornamental fish breeding. What is the criteria for selecting this fishes to be bred? I got an answer, but my question was, is it with discussion with some exporters or traders which is relevant in the market? I'm happy what the scientific community is right now doing. They're doing a lot of work, very commendable work, and we are appreciating that as from the traders' perspective, from the exporters' perspective. We're quite happy about it. But is it what is required by the trader, by the exporter, by the international market? This is one important thing that we should look into. And I must say, I'm quite happy by Dr. Shivram of SIFA, who did amazing work. He went around the whole parts of India, talking to all the exporters, all the traders. He has been with me for about a month. And I was also discussing with my buyers all over, even in Japan, US, even we had a buyer from Moscow, Russia, Ukraine also at that time. We were discussing all this with all the Southeast Asian importers, and we found out that actually the work is being done on so many other varieties, which is not preferred by the international community or the international trade. This is a very serious issue. We are spending a lot of money, a lot of efforts on something that we don't need to. But then some of them, like I was talking about Dawkinsia species, especially Apsara, Petia, that's all needed, that's all required. So now, after a lot of discussions and deliberations, we come up with a list that, as from the exporter side, this is what we want. You all know barbs. India is known as the land of barbs. It is a shameful thing that we are not producing in large quantity. Even all the exporters are depending on the wild-caught fishes for this purpose. So this survey has shortlisted some of the barbs. There's a big list, but I have shortlisted some of the fishes here. These are the species that, for an export market, we get orders from the countries abroad. Apsara barb, good quantities. Australis barb, we are not getting sufficient quantities, so the order is also limited. Rubrotinctus, I'm happy to hear that Rubrotinctus has been successfully bred. But like Dr. Felix sir was saying, we need to have in mass quantities. Otherwise, what is the point? If it is the institute breeds and it remains in a paper, we as an exporter or trader, we cannot export it. But thanks, we have already done a lot of work on that. Good demand also, especially mascara barb, longfin barb, Manipur barb, melon barb. Already there are a lot of work done, and we are getting captive bred also, fishes also, we are getting it. So, Setnai barb, Shalini barb, blackfin barb, highfin barb. Especially to Japan and US, we are getting a lot of different varieties of barb orders. But unfortunately, we are not getting any captive bred fish. We are getting all the wild-caught fish. We have to quarantine it, and we have to keep it for quite a long time. Unless and until it gets conditioned, we are not able to export it. So this is the situation. Of course, we export a lot of loaches. We have a lot of striped loach, Botia striata, tiger loach, Botia lohachata. A lot of work has been done on Botia lohachata, not in India, abroad, but still we have also need to take up commercial production of Botia lohachata. Yo-yo loach, Bengal loach, crimson loach, Indian coolie loach. Students can look at it. There are a lot of loaches available, and there is a very good market demand for this. So, but basic orders for a consignment. Last week we had a consignment to China. These are the basic orders. That's the order comes from these fishes. Eels also, we have different orders, but quantity-wise, when you compare it to barbs and other fishes, it is very less. Peacock eel, there is an order. Spiny eel. These are all very easy to keep and very easy to condition and export. Of course, we export a very large quantity of green puffers. Actually, our quantity to green puffer, especially to China, one shipment comes to about 50,000 to 60,000. I'm quite amazed why these people are taking so much of puffers from India. But still we export, and we are quite happy about it. But I think Dr. Binu Varghese of Kufos tried breeding of green puffer, and he was quite successful in it. But again, as Dr. Felix has said, this is not a commercial venture. If you mean to have a commercial venture, you need to have it in large quantities, in thousands. Otherwise, because one shipment of mine is about 50,000 to 60,000 puffer. So breeding in glass tanks is not possible. So you need to come up with some good, brilliant idea. You know what happens to puffer in the natural environment when the paddy fields gets flooded? People are from Kerala, and you all know this. When the paddy field gets flooded, it gets inundated, and this migrates into the paddy field. And when the paddy fields are drained, this green puffer is collected. We have a lot of collectors all over Kerala. They collect it to us, and we condition it and quarantine it, and we export it to Singapore as well as to China. Of course, milk puffer, less in demand, but good quantity and better prices. These are all good fishes, but we also think about this green puffer. The quantity of green puffer that we are getting from the wild is getting less year by year. It is not because, please don't think that these exporters are catching all this fish and exporting to other countries. It's not because of that. It's because of the environmental hazards, because every time when a crop is over, people put pesticides, a lot of poisoning to capture fishes. Then there is unscientific methods of building, construction going on in many paddy fields on the surroundings that kills this natural habitat of this fish. Even if we send 20,000 or 50,000 in a month, nothing is going to happen. That's such huge quantity, and when the rivers get inundated, it will definitely breed. But if you do have this kind of unwanted practice like poisoning and all, this fish will vanish from our. Already we lost so many fishes, as you know, in our childhood, there's a lot of fishes in the native waters, but no longer that is there. So these are the fishes that we should look into, but at the same time, different systems has to be employed, like something like to trigger the water gets inundated, and that gets bred in a mass production. Now coming to the most important species that I'm exporting, what really made us, we got some money out of it, is definitely Channa species. A lot of speakers today and yesterday was talking about fresh breeding of fishes, but I'm surprised, I'm really surprised, and in fact in a way shocked that nobody's really taking up breeding of this very rare Channa species. We have definitely a massive, different varieties of Channa species in India, and nobody is taking up. A lot of research, look at the number of research institutions in India, CMFRI, CIFA, a lot of other institutions, and a lot of colleges, universities. We need to look into it. As I said earlier, I was in China last month, in February, and I was shocked because they have done a massive facility to breed Channa Burqa. You know, the price of Channa Burqa was about 80,000 rupees. And we have not done. Let's look at I'll come to it later on. Let's look at the species that we need to breed, and we need to work it very fast. Students can take up, if everybody is interested, everybody will work together, this will happen. Assamese Channa stivati, Channa aristoni, Channa orange immaculata, very good fish, huge demand, and it is already bred in Indonesia as well as in China, but they have a lot of problems in breeding Channa orange immaculata. What happens is when you breed a Channa orange immaculata in captive, it becomes short-bodied, and the body surface becomes, the abdomen side becomes white, and also the snout becomes larger. But we found out that even if you keep this captive bred fish, I mean the fish from wild, not captive bred, wild caught fish, for some time in your cement tanks, the same thing happens. The white color, the body, abdomen changes white, the snout becomes wider, and the head also becomes big. And the color also changes completely. You know, it's a very highly priced export item for freshwater ornament, Channa ornament. Huge quantities are also going. So still we have a demand for wild caught. But we need to look into it, why this is happening. It could be only because you need to do a gut content analysis and find it. It's all for the scientists to do, not for us. But if you look at it, it is the diverse food habits that is changed when you are kept in cement tanks. And they lose that habitat of burrowing into the earthen ponds. That could be the why that snout becomes broader and it is not narrow. But it fetches, you know, it fetches a very good amount. If you say it in Indian rupees, one good size orange immaculata gets about 2,000 rupees per piece, good size. So it's a very expensive fish. Another thing, I was talking to our chair because he was talking about medicines and things like that, because this is the one fish that gets immediately infested. Because what happens is we get this fish when in Assam, in Guwahati, it gets flooded, and this fish is caught at that time. During this time that something happens, it gets a disease, probably it could be EUS, but we took out this fish for many places, but we couldn't identify EUS. It could be aphanomyces or a consortium of pathogens that we need to identify, otherwise we are losing a lot of fish. Even before reaching it to Kerala or other exporters that are being lost in Guwahati and the places that is being captured. So this is one important point that we should look into it. Very important fish. Of course, all other fishes are important. Blahari, you know, Channa blahari, some spelling mistake. Channa paradialis, Channa stictos, all important fishes. Now, let me come into, you all know which fish is this. This was our prestigious Channa Burqa. After COVID 21-22 time, we used to send 30-40 numbers. Now it came down to Wildlife Protection Act Schedule 2. But surprisingly, no, if you look at China, Indonesia, they have already started with the government help to trying to develop commercial breeding protocols for this highly valuable fish. But we haven't even started, even if it is our fish. You know, imagine this fish costing about 1 lakh rupees. Of course, marine fish are very expensive, but tell me again, somebody is there any fish that is as expensive as this other than arowana? Arowana is now, but it can be easily bred. It has to be brought out by the institution, with the help of institution. It has to be brought out at least for the breeding purpose. The institutes, and it can be microchip, like what arowana is being done. So they implant a microchip so that we know this is caught from wild, and don't sell the wild caught one, create F1 or F2 generation, sell it. But the work has to be started now. Because as I said earlier, China and Indonesia far ahead from us. Actually, I had only this much slides, but listening to yesterday's slides and all, I thought I should talk about a little about strategy. Because yesterday Kurupu sir was saying, you need to, what is the strategy? He was asking Danny Benjamin, what is the strategy for us to go ahead? So I'm very much interested in strategy, so I need to talk about a few slides. I started yesterday. I forgot this slide. Okay, there are two more slides on the important fishes. Red baddis. You can see that, all know probably Kiran, and he has done a beautiful tanks by Sripal Mother. If not, you should go and see it. But I was telling him, look at the beautiful fish. You know that is neon tetra. But look at our red baddis. It's much more beautiful, but nobody's really marketing it. And nobody's, like what we get from wild caught is always infected. We have to treat them, very difficult to condition it. But now we have standardized the technology to condition it. But it can be, now like other than guppy, neon tetra is the most important, valuable ornamental fish. Like that, our fish, red baddis, can be something like that. Look at this beautiful green tang over there, and imagine full shoal of red baddis instead of neon tetra, or even red baddis swimming together. I just said Kiran about this. With red baddis and neon tetra, it will be really a wonderful sight. Imagine an 8-foot tank full of red baddis. And nobody's even working on it. So many institutes, beautiful fish, nobody's working on it. Then there are a lot of fishes that we send a regular quantity of stone cat, Hara jardoni. We used to get good orders from Singapore, and very easy to condition it. And like it's very good for the planted tanks. It is ideal for we try to bring other than fishes from import fish for planted tank, but why not use stone cat, our own fish? And again, Burle's ardens, mud skipper. Mud skipper, very good demand, especially to US and especially to Japan. Every time an order comes from Japan, there is huge demand for mud skipper. Glassfish, not that much, but still there. Then definitely not only green rocket shrimp, there are different kinds of shrimp that is required by other countries. We need to take up the breeding protocols for this. And like honey gourami, and also Colisa lalia. Nobody's actually doing commercial production of it. It's a simple fish. We actually, by being an exporter or trader, we don't have enough time to look into all these kind of things. But even youngsters can take up, as like Sir said, small clusters of breeding something, definitely there is a demand. Of course, there is a demand for brackish water species also. Especially, we get an order for Etroplus canarensis maculatus, a small quantity, but if it is color enhanced, we used to give some color for enhancing the color, then there is a great demand. Spotted catfish, also Monodactylus argentinus, silvermoni, these are all. Cibrableni is one important fish that we get definitely in order. I think we need to work on all these fishes if you think about indigenous fish export market. As I said, this was my slide. I just added this slide because listening to Kurupu sir about strategy, we need to change this strategy. Like right now, all exporters in India, including myself, we have about 60, 70 exporters. I think in Kerala, only 5 or 6 are actually active. And we have good exporters from Calcutta, Mumbai. Other than Sam's Discus, I was expecting him today. Sam's Discus, who is exporting discus. The other people are doing the same thing. That we are all using this customer-oriented marketing strategy. This is what do you know about customer-oriented? What the customers ask. Like we have all the Southeast Asian customers, especially from China, and they ask all our indigenous fish, and we give it to them. That is customer-oriented. Very simple terms. But if we need to go ahead, the way forward, we need to change the strategy into a competitor-oriented strategy. Then who becomes our competitors? These Southeast Asian countries become competitors. Like my buyers, like China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Hong Kong. These are our people that we are sending our indigenous fish. But if the strategies change, they become our competitors. We need to compete with them to not only improve our strength. What is our strength? Our indigenous variety, the wealth of India. We need to have breeding protocols for this indigenous variety. At the same time, we need to compete with these people to produce the rare exotic species. You know, if you look at any of the ornamental fish market, I don't know Felix said no, but if you look at even goldfish, can you find a really big goldfish as big as your hand? There is no good quality brood stock. If you have to be competitively good, you need to have good brood banks, good brood stock fish. So these strategies shift is a must for us to have. So this will be our competitors, and our target markets will be more into US, Japan, and Europe. We have very little, especially Deepak Nobani from Calcutta is sending a lot of fish to US. We are sending fish to Japan, and we have some to Czech also. But other than that, export to other countries is very minimum. So sustainable. Sustainable means is to produce exotic varieties in good quality and with high consistency, and also develop breeding protocols for our rare, well indigenous ornamental fish for export. So I'm going to, I took very little time, I think. I'm almost over. So this is what we want. What we want is, we have a lot of, as I said, there are a lot of government institutions, research institutes and things like that. But at the same time, the traders also have sufficient knowledge. Because since I have plenty of time, we had been in the Andamans, especially to make an investment. We were invited to make an investment in Andamans. We wanted to diversify into marine ornamental fish. And there is a good market, and some of our buyers requested us to send fish. And we were surprised. I did a detailed study on that, and there are a lot of research papers by CMFRI. I forgot the name of the scientist, but he has done a lot of work on that. But it shows that it is very easy to collect marine ornamental fish from the intertidal pools without distracting the coral reefs. Nothing will have the habitat. What happens if you don't collect it? When it gets inundated, flooded, it goes away. And it goes to probably other countries, and they'll be collecting, or you won't be able to get it. So I proposed an idea, as Dr. Felix was saying, make a cluster. Make a cluster, and under the government supervision, let these clusters collect in a way that it can be just collected using scoop nets. Scoop net, collect it and give it to collectors. Let them learn to quarantine and stabilize. Let's have 10 to 15 clusters, and one exporter can be in the middle of that. We were ready to invest. We will come in. And once it is ready, along with the captive bred fish, now we set up a lot of Percula, Sebe, not only Sebe, and even designer clown Dr. Anikutan was talking about. This can be also pulled in. Plus, so let's start with 10% of captive bred and 90% of wild caught without damaging the natural habitat. Then we can enter the export market. The scientists, I don't know whether there is a lack of understanding it. For an exporter, if I have to export to US or Europe, what happens is I have to depend on only two airlines. One is Emirates, one is, of course, Lufthansa from Chennai is there. Here only we can have Emirates. Maybe some other Qatar Airlines is not taking marine, ornamental fish. So Emirates, for Emirates, what happens is there is a container. In that container, you have to book for at least 300 to 500 kilos. So if it is only this captive bred, because it won't be just 3-4 boxes, you cannot export. It's a practical difficulty. So you just start with the captive bred fish. How can I export? It's not at all possible. So captive bred plus wild caught, make it to 50 to 30 kilos, because our box will be something like 20 kilos, 10 boxes, 30 boxes, then there is a possibility. Otherwise, we will be talking about this endlessly, and the exports will never take off. How can exports start for the first place? So this should be the strategy. When I was sitting here there, I was telling Madhu sir, please write a recommendation. It has been Sofi in 2012, and in 2026, another Sofi. We are still the same position. Please look into it. I wanted to tell Dr. Mini Shegaran also about this. When you write about the recommendation, we need to enter this field because regarding ornamental fish, we already lost it. We lost many of our fishes like Deninsoni. We'll soon lose Channa ornamentaculata. We'll soon lose our Channa barca. Now, what about marine ornamentals? The bus is about to go. Jump into it. At least it's high time we should think about it. I just need to talk
please
about...
conclude, sir. Please conclude.
Last slide. That's little about our company. We got this, like why I'm telling about in the next slide. We have the second highest exporter in 2017-18, 2018-19, and 2019-20 in India, and the top exporter in India in 2021. 2022, our exports came down, but still they have not declared the awards. We still have the same position. Let's hope so. But what happened? The Channa barca got banned. So I've been saying this, we have, for this sake of marketing our products, we have been traveling to all over the parts of the world, and we've been seeing a lot of aquaculture facilities, ornamental fish. Somebody, I think Ajit Swar sir was saying about, we need to have an ornamental institute just for the sake of ornamental fish. Something, it's a good idea because otherwise, and another thing that we should think is, when you think about food fish, especially tilapia, it is tilapia load. But when you think of ornamental fish, the whole thing, 300 species, and the breeding protocols, rearing protocols, all different. But the training program for ornamental fish is 3 days. Training program for tilapia is 3 days. Everything. Why we see this ornamental fish, 300 species, different breeding protocols, different, and still 3 days. We need to change our mindset. Otherwise, we will not. If you look at different, even in Sri Lanka, it's entirely different. Guppy, they focus on guppy and different brands, different varieties. So this kind of experience we should bring in. This experience that we have, we are ready to, because somebody was saying why we took up bass, because the life cycle is very short, 3 months, that's fine. But when you look at Channa barca, Channa ornamentaculata, it's very, very long. So if you have to do it, you have to go with private entrepreneurs. You have to go with, so some kind of strategic tie-up between entrepreneurs, breeders, exporters, research institutions like SIFA, SIBA, CMFRI, government organ like NFDB, MPED, everybody, Cochin University, Kufos, and state. So something like that should happen. I put a question mark, but this because this old slide. It's an old slide from an old day. So I just added question mark. Whether it will happen, I don't know. I hope it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing exporter and trader's perspective of ornamental fish industry. Are there any questions from audience? We don't want to stand between food and you. So you can also catch up with, yeah, please.
Excellent presentation, and congratulations for the award you won through MPDA for the best exporter. And of course, this area, of course, we are very new, as you are pointing out. There is not much kind of interaction happening between research institutions, universities, and the people who are actually involved in the export trade. And could you please tell me, apart from indigenous, and world over, there are a dozen exotic varieties are in the list, like goldfish, blah, blah, then our live bearers and all. What is the scope of these fishes to be promoted at least 20-30% from India?
Definitely, thank you for the question, but, because you should also hear this. It's a very important question because there is definitely a great scope. You know, koi carp. The real quality koi carp was exported. Even you look at Japanese exports, about 14% in the international trade. That's only exclusively koi carp. Sri Lanka, they have 5 to 6%. Of course, they have marine also, but the major export is guppies. Now, China is capturing all this market. Recently, I went to China and I saw a huge koi carp breeding facility. So these are the species that we can definitely, our human labor is comparatively cheaper than other countries like Israel. And as you said, bring in labor as well as technological, we can jump into all this, even live bearers, guppies, koi carps, angels. I do have a farm also. I breed a lot of fish just for the sake of it, though I supply it in the domestic market. Even different kinds of angels that I breed. There is a market, but I don't export it, but I supply it in the local market. I breed koi carps, I breed goldfish. I started as a breeder, so I know all this, but there is definitely a good market demand. Only thing is, you need to have a very good brood stock. In numbers, the first step will be to create a brood stock, a brood bank. NFDB, PMMSY has some kind, but the government of here, they are not allowing to start a brood bank. I think Kavil can be a good brood bank proposition. They can do it. Even in every state, at least 3-4 brood banks for some, like one for guppy, one for goldfish. And let this all be interconnected. Now the technology is there. You know what the brood bank and also the clusters is doing in Karnataka. And we can check it and, oh, this is the prices, then we can order the fish from there. And that can be exported, that can be collected. So this idea should work out. Freshwater in Chennai, they planned something, but I don't know whether it is working as a brood bank. I applied for a brood bank, but the government didn't give it to me. So I didn't have the time to wait for it. First thing, brood bank for both exotics as well as indigenous fish. Brood bank should be started, and we have to bring out Chana Barca, please, sir. Chana Barca, if you bring out from at least some research institution, take it up and start bringing. Otherwise, it will be lost. It will be China. I shared my experience when I went to Germany, and I saw Pundias Derinsoni, and I asked them, this is Indian fish, and it is written origin, Indonesia. I said, no, it comes from Indonesia. It is Indonesian fish. This will soon happen to Chana ornithomacleda, soon happen to Chana Barca.
Thank you.
You youngsters, please do something.
Thank you again, so we can catch up over
you all.
lunch. Yeah, thank you.
So good afternoon to all of you. So we had 5 presentations during this session. The first presentation from Dr. Anwar Ali, Kufus. He actually addressed the breeding of indigenous freshwater ornamental fishes, and he highlighted the importance of Indian fishes in the global diversity. Representations were given and listed the species, especially from upstream and wetland areas. And he has also mentioned the details of biodiversity matches of our fish with the Amazon waters. So it shows that we have a very strong resource base. And also he mentioned the breeding technology developed by QFOS, especially for various species from the hill stream as well as from the downstream area. And suggested way forward for the responsible aquaculture through proper hatchery production systems, especially the portable hatchery facilities and the need for portable hatchery establishment, especially in the rural or forest area. He suggested that as one of the recommendations. Then local seed production unit establishment as well as strong market linkages were also highlighted as part of the presentation. Then after that we had the presentation from Dr. T.T. Ajit Kumar in NBFGR. So he highlighted the strength of marine ornamental fish species and the various species they have developed, the NBFGR developed the technology for various species, that also highlighted. And also the protocol for value addition in the supply chain was also suggested. Various protocols for value addition was also suggested. And the need for scaling up of production for the important or commercial important ornamental species like ornamental species as well as shrimps, especially the shrimp varieties. And the need for standardization of these particular resources for future business opportunities were also suggested. Then technology available from the side of NBFGR, around 15 species they have standardized, protocols are available, and that is also explained, which will be useful for the industry. Then value addition requirement for crossbreeding as well as disease management protocols through organic measures or organic supplements was also mentioned as part of the particular presentation. Then the potential for local tribal communities. That is involvement of local communities for that particular seed production, as well as rearing of marine ornamental fisheries, especially for the island union territory like Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Islands was also highlighted as part of that particular suggestions. And the requirement, the most important point was supply chain transparency as part of linking the science with the society. So that was one of the key takeaways from this. Then after that we had the presentation from Dr. Madhu. So sir also highlighted the contributions of CMFRI to the marine ornamental fish production, and he suggested or mentioned about the new areas as well as research gaps as well as future focus, especially for especially in connection with the RIS system and hatchery system development for improving the seed production. Then there are also a lot of prospects for developing the export market through production and export of the selected species, the identified species, as well as the technology developed by the institute like CMFRA, NBFGR and other agencies. So he also suggested a few recommendations to ban the destructive fishing practices, avoid unsustainable fishing practices, reduce the post-harvest mortality. Then so that presentation also suggested the PPP mode of managing the ornamental fish trade. Then the need for development of branding of Indian products like Indian ornamental species was also highlighted as part of this presentation. Then followed by that we had the presentation from Professor S. Felix. So sir suggested the realities, especially the need for incorporating the ornamental fish business into the Indian blue economic contributions, and the need for standardization of technology through modernization, as well as addressing the market gap and industrial transitions through shifting the intensification and indigenization of technology was also highlighted. The three pillars of the transitions were, as part of this particular presentation, sir mentioned about the three pillars of transition, like infrastructure integration, technological intensification, as well as global connectivity. So the need for advanced technologies to address the challenges in India was also mentioned as part of this presentation. Then we had the from the side of the aquaculture exporters, ornamental fish exporters, Mr. Santosh Baby, he pointed out one of the vital aspects of this particular business. Demand-based production systems needs to be developed. Like we have to focus our research and development programs based on the market demand, and the list of proposed species for exports were given from various and he identified the key species as well as the items which are in demand, especially in the global market. So we and also suggested the R&D to be addressed for meeting these requirements, and way forward for the next Sofi for the particular ornamental fish industries were also listed, like prioritize the indigenous species for captive breeding, then customer-oriented marketing production programs, as well as competitor-oriented marketing strategies. So, and also as part of the discussions, the session also concluded the need for a brood bank for this particular indigenous species. So that was the end of it, and we have to focus on integrated, and there was also one more suggestion, that is integrated IT-oriented marketing programs, as well as sustainable export strategies and funding, as well as knowledge sharing for addressing the challenges in the export, ornamental fish export from India. So these were the major points we discussed, and I take this opportunity to thank all the presenters and participants for attending this function and making it very lively, and all these recommendations and suggestions will be incorporated for future finalization of the conference recommendations, and that will be forwarded to the concerned departments and agencies for taking necessary action. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive and expert concluding reflections, which have perfectly captured the essence and future directions of our session on ornamental fishes production for sustainable marketing. We extend a sincere gratitude to all distinguished speakers of the day, Dr. Anwar Ali, Dr. T.T. Ajit Kumar, Professor Felix, Dr. Madhu, and Mr. Santosh Baby. Thank you for your visionary perspectives and for detailing the technical and commercial pathways that are shaping the future of our industry. Your contributions have set a high standard for the discussions to follow. May I now invite our session chairman, Dr. Anburaj Amaldos, and Dr. T.T. Ajit Kumar to kindly present the mementos to our distinguished speakers as a mark of our respect and gratitude. First, may I kindly invite Professor S. Felix, former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Fisheries University. I also invite our Director, Dr. Mini Shegaran, and Organizing Secretary of Sofi Way Forward to the dais. First, may I kindly invite Professor S. Felix, Dean, St. Devasahayam Institute of Fisheries Science and Technology, to accept our token of gratitude. Next, may I kindly invite Dr. Madhu K., Principal Scientist at ICAR CMFRI, to accept a humble gesture of gratitude. Now, may I kindly invite Mr. Santosh Baby, Managing Partner of Aqualine Exports, to accept a token of gratitude. As for our next speaker, Dr. Anwar Ali, as he had to head out for a prior commitment, we will be ensuring this memento reaches him later today. We kindly express our deepest gratitude to our session chairman, Dr. Anburaj Amaldos, and our co-chair, Dr. Shibu Avi, for their masterful moderation and for ensuring our deliberations remained both focused and deeply insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, with that note, we have come to the end of session 4. We will now break for lunch. All of you, please enjoy your meal and take this opportunity to network with our distinguished guests. We shall reassemble here sharp at 2:30 p.m. to continue our afternoon session. We still have a line of esteemed speakers to hear from this afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. I request all the participants to please come back after the break because we are running short of time. So we will be starting the next session. So I request everyone to please be settled. Good afternoon to one and all. Welcome back to Sofi Way Forward 2026. We will continue the session on ornamental fish farmer training. Before that, I request the session coordinator, Anikumari, CEO Sahayadri Aquarium Fish Producer Company, to please come onto the dais. I now invite our next speaker, Mr. Kiran Mohan, Quality Head of Sri Padma Aquaflora, to talk on his topic, ornamental aquatic plants. Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you all for providing such a great stage for us and all enthusiasts in the ornamental fish industry. Thank you, Mini Madam, and all other delegates for giving us the opportunity to work with you. We are a plant culturing farm. We started our journey in 2000. The man behind the farm, Sri Padma, is Mr. Rajesh. Mr. Rajesh A.S. He founded the company in 2000. And now we are the largest supplier of aquatic plants in India. We hold around 350 plus germplasm of aquatic plants. And we have around 25,000 plus square meter of farm area, aquatic plant farm area, and two state-of-the-art tissue culture labs at Alua, serving customers around 15 plus countries and growing. We follow the UN guidelines for standard procedures, and this is our journey. We started in.
Can I interrupt, sir? Sir, here. Sir, you have 20 minutes for 20 minutes for this one and 10 minutes for discussion.
Sure, madam. That's okay. We started our journey in 2000. Mr. Rajesh started it in his backyard with only 5 plants, and now our company is the largest supplier of aquatic plants from India, and the only one company to export to 15 countries in Kerala. And in 2003, we started a own farm at near Perumbavoor in Ernakulam district. First export was to Japan, Kamihata, in 2008, and still we have that connection. Still we are exporting to Kamihata in Japan. And in 2011, we entered EU market, starting with collab with Tropica and Nerle. And the new beginning started in 2021. Our tissue culture farm and tissue culture lab and the corporate office started at Alua. In 2025, we are adding more products. We supply tissue culture cups and farm grown products, plants, import plants, and plug and play products, and premium pot plants. These plug and play products are already grown on rock, wood, or Wabikusa balls. With that, you can just place it in your tank and it's ready to go. You don't need to cut or any substrate or anything. You just plug it and run it. It's ready to go. And the premium pot plants are rare and exotic plants like anubias, ferns, mosses, bucephalandra, etc. are in premium pot plants, and the regular pot plants are also available. We arranged or grouped the aquatic plants in, say, five groups. Not according to scientific or something like that. We group it in carpet plants, stem plants, rhizome plants, epiphytes, and floating plants and moss. The way we plant it and grow it, that is how we grouped it. The carpet plants are like Monte Carlo and hair grass and something like that. In stem plants, we propagate it from stem cuttings. And rhizome plants, Echinodorus, Vallisneria, like this, that grow in runners, and cryptocoryns, also from runners, and Echinodorus variety from shoots, and epiphytes, like anubias, ferns, etc. We grow it from cuttings and spores. And the floating plants, the Amazon frogbait, like Limnobium levigatum, red root floater, like that. They play a crucial role in controlling the light in the tank and limiting the light to control the algae in the tank. And the moss varieties, you can grow trees and branches like that with using the moss for aquascape. We sell the plants in 6 different groups. Loose stems and bunch plants, and in pots, the Farm Grower series, Just Grower, and Insta Grower. These are the carpet plants available with us: Liliopsis, Glossostigma, Monte Carlo, Micranthemum Monte Carlo, Hydrocotyl tripartita, etc. are the common carpet plants. And these are the stem plants, normally Pogostemon stellatus, Alternanthera reinecki, Hydrocotyl verticillata, etc. the normal stem plants available. We propagate it from stem cutting, and we shape it by stem cutting also to get a thicker and bushier growth. These are also some stem plants. You get different colors, brightly colored plants, and different shape. These are the rosette and bulb plants are the group, the rosette plants. When you plant it, you don't immerse the rosette into the substrate. You just plant it on the line, substrate line. If you immerse it too deep, the plant's leaf will be distorted and you will get an uneven growth. We have cryptocoryns, echinodorus, apnogeton. Apnogeton species are bulb plants. This bulb has to be immersed in the substrate. Only then you will get a better growth. But the echinodorus and vallisnerius and cryptocoryns should be planted on the substrate line. Don't immerse it too deep. And lilies, lotus are also comes under this group. This is a beautiful variety of marble queen sword and echinodorus major and ocelot. These are also rosette plants. This is the propagation method and growing method of epiphytes. You should never bury the stems or roots in substrate or soil. You should always tie it to rock, wood or something like that to get a better growth. If you immerse it, the stem will decay gradually. Lignandras are also in this group. This Lignandra meboldi red round is a beautiful color. You can use it in paludariums and terrariums also. This one is that photo is of a Anubias coffeefolia, which has distinct wrinkles and shapes in the leaf. And these are the floating plants. These floating plants doesn't play much in a normal aquarium, but in sometimes when you get too much light in your tank, you will get algae gradually. And when you add little floating plants in your tank, these floating plants will consume extra nutrients released into that tank, and it will control the algae, and after that you can remove and maintain a good healthy tank. And also when you're keeping baddies or something like that, or breeding fishes, you can use these plants, floating plants, as a shelter also. And in ponds, it plays a major role controlling the light and water temperature. And also there are flowering plants like Ludwigia sedoides and water hyacinths. These also play a crucial role in the ponds. And the mosses are the most beautiful plants in this group. You can create a beautiful aquascape with these mosses, and mosses are available in grown on the rocks and tissue culture, and also on Wabikusa rocks. These are all plug and play products. You can just put it in your tank and it's ready to go. And you already set up a tank, but you need a large volume of nutrients for the plants to survive. Some macronutrients and micronutrients. Macronutrients are just NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and micro comes under iron and other trace elements, boron, everything, nickel, everything like that. You need to add fertilizer in your planted aquarium definitely. Without nutrients, you will get definitely algae. There is only a little nitrogen and phosphorus from the leftover of the fishes in your tank, and only nitrogen and phosphorus will promote the algae growth only. Without potassium and other trace elements, definitely there will be growth of algae only and not plants. That is why beginners definitely fail and doesn't know how to use a fertilizer or just overdose it. When you are not getting growth, you just overdose and your plants will decay. Gradually you'll get the balance for that, and the target nutrients are just not important. You just dose it regularly. Consistency is the key of the plant growth. And normal fertilizers are available in all-in-one series. For a low to medium lighter tank, an all-in-one fertilizer is very good and it will do the job. If you are going for a CO2 supplemented tank, you will need micros and macros separated, and you need it to dose it alternately. And the liquid carbon provides a little carbon form. With that, you can grow even carpet plants in a shallow tanks and small tanks. It will be a little convenient for smaller tanks. For larger tanks, using a liquid carbon or liquid CO2 is very expensive. That CO2 tank will be cheaper. And for the carpet plants or echinoderms or cryptogorans like that, they need nutrients from the root also. So you need to add root tablets, and you can get dry fertilizers, dry salts in separately packed micros and macros. You can make it your own. You can make your own fertilizer with that. You can get around 2 liters with a nominal amount, with an affordable amount if you have more than one tank. This is what happens in a planted aquarium. We provide light. Around 6 to 8 hours light is necessary for a planted aquarium for proper photosynthesis. And the oxygen produced from the plants are consumed by fishes, and they release CO2 for the plants. And without water movement, these things won't be easy. There will be stagnant places without movement. This will cause dead areas. These dead areas these dead areas won't have any water movement or nutrient movement. When the plants consume fertilizers and CO2 from the immediate surroundings, and without water movement, the flow, CO2 from the other free spaces won't be coming near the leaf or fish. So this will promote the algae growth and not the plant growth. This is a necessity of the water flow that I mentioned earlier. Without water flow, the consumption of the CO2 and nutrients won't be proper, and it will provide gradually to the wilt of plants and promote the algae growth only. So that's it. We have concluded. If you have any doubts or anything to ask, you can ask, please. Thank you.
We can go for discussion, sir, please.
Only freshwater plants, sir.
Use this for marine.
These plants can't be used in marine, sir.
No, marine. No. I'm asking your fertilizer and that things. Can we use in marine also?
These fertilizer depends, sir. What is the shortage in marine tank? So you're growing marine algae. So it has to be formulated separately. Yeah.
You have not tried it?
No.
Where is your farm?
In Alua. Yeah.
Okay, shall we move to next session?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Anikumari, CEO, Sahayadri Aquarium Fish Producer Company, to present a memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Kiran Mohan, Quality Head of Sri Padma Aquaflora. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker has joined us online, Mr. Danny Benjamin, Chairman of the Board, Aquamade Israel. He will speak on the topic, Koi Farm in Israel. Sir.
Hello again to all of you. It's, as usual, a pleasure to be back with you, and thank you again, especially to Mini, but also to the organizers. So today I want to speak about a koi farm in Israel. I will just share my screen, so please bear with me a minute. Okay, I hope that you can see my screen.
Yes,
so,
sir.
About 50 years ago, fish farmers in Israel started raising ornamental fish. And one of the first farms in Israel to start exporting ornamental cold water fish, namely koi and goldfish, was Hazoreh Aquatics. Hazoreh Aquatics was also the first farm in the world to succeed in growing high-quality koi in an indoor, totally biosecure RAS facility. I led Hazoreh Aquatics for close to 20 years, and I'm still on the board of directors of the company. So today I want to share part of Hazoreh's story with you and take you for a tour of their koi facility, mostly with videos and photographs. So I'm hoping that the videos will come across in properly. So before I zoom into the Hazoreh farm, I want to zoom out to give you an idea of the business environment of the ornamental fish industry in Israel. And this has a direct bearing on the subject of sustainability. If we want to be sustainable, we need to be profitable, and since Israeli farms have very high costs because of the high salaries, investment in technology, they economize through collaboration. Yesterday in one of the sessions we were talking also about collaboration. So this is very important, and it's also true of almost all agricultural exports from Israeli companies. So one of the factors that reduces profitability is having to lower prices to customers due to competition. So Israeli companies, and especially fish farms, try to collaborate with each other and compete with farms from other countries. How do they do this? They can do it in a number of ways. But when you are supplying together with other farms, you can increase the number of products that you can offer the client in one shipment, and you can also save because you are not competing on price. So, but the ultimate form of collaboration is through having a jointly owned marketing company. And this way the farm can concentrate on production and have more professional people looking after marketing, logistics, customer service, and all these things that require professional people. So Aquamade is the marketing company that is responsible for almost all the exports of ornamental fish from Israel. There are two other small exporters as well. And Aquamade is also one of the largest ornamental fish exporters in the world. This is a company that provides the marketing, sales, and logistics for Israel's 4 cold water ornamental fish farms as well as 10 tropical fish farms. Instead of each farm having its own sales and marketing, so having to spend time on flights, veterinary certificates, customer relations, after-sales service, there's one entity that does this professionally. So you can see what we are selling through Aquamade. I'm also on the board. I'm actually the chairman of the board of Aquamade. So these are this is a basic snapshot of what Aquamade is doing. So the company specializes in marketing and sales. Pricing is very important because the marketing company has the last say, but the company cannot sell at a price that the breeder does not agree to. And responsibility for health and quality means that the breeders are invoiced for any customer complaints or fish mortalities. They are responsible for bringing the fish to the airport, although the Aquamade can help them with trucks. The marketing company absorbs losses due to flight delays. And a fixed commission means that the breeder has a share of the income. It's in the interest of both the marketing company as well as the breeder to sell at the highest possible price, because this will mean that the profits for both sides are as high as possible. And because the company is jointly owned, the profits are also divided amongst the owners. So if I'm a breeder, I'm also making money from the sales of other breeders' fish, and so this way, if I have a problem with my supply, the company can continue to sell the fish from another breeder, and this way everybody has a buffer, because as you all know, in international markets, it's very, very important to be consistent and to be able to supply week after week, and we will come to this a bit further. So just to start, I will share a marketing video. It's a marketing video, so be aware that it's made for marketing, but we will go down to details later. This is I've on purpose deleted the sound from the video tracks so that we can see the videos so that on a lower bandwidth, and so it will. Because of the Zoom connection, I thought that it would be better, and also this way I can talk during the videos. So again, this is a marketing video, so it's explaining about the different types of fish. In case you didn't know, about 80% of the exports of Aquamade is cold water fish, so tropical fish is a small part. These are the farms of the cold water fish. Part of the common goldfish is grown outdoors in ponds, but the koi are grown in a completely biosecure facility. There are 2 different farms that are doing koi. This is the koi farm that we will visit a bit later. And this is a tropical fish farm. This is again tropical fish. This is the Aquamade office, the marketing office. Okay, so that now we will go to Hazroya Aquatics, which is producing ornamental fish, cold water ornamental fish. So the farm produces koi and common goldfish. It's the world's largest producer of biosecure koi. Average sales is about 500,000 koi and 5 million goldfish. About 70 hectares, 25 employees. The company was marketing independently till 2021. So now we will go into the koi facility. This is a completely biosecure facility. It's 4,500 square meters. 80% is covered with plastic, with greenhouse. The tanks are both concrete and polyurethane. There's one system for broodstock, 7 systems for the hatchery and early growth, 4 growing systems. These are the details of the company. Going in, of course, the regular what you already know for biosecurity, a foot bath. Workers have their special shoes that they use only indoors. The entrance is not accessible to people from outside unless they are accompanied by one of the workers. This is the main operational area of the company, and we go on to the broodstock for the koi, which is you can see 2 of about I think about 15 tanks like this of broodstock. Important to know that the broodstock, we import broodstock either from, usually from farms in Japan. The broodstock is kept in quarantine in a separate locked facility for 1 year. They are not introduced into our system for 1 year. During this 1 year, there are spot checks by the Israeli veterinary services. They test for SBC, they test for KHB, they test for other problems. So anything that comes into the biosecure facility has been kept outside for 1 year in quarantine. Basically, nothing comes in, no fish or anything comes in without going through quarantine. This is the hatchery for the first growing of the small fish. After they have been hatched, the hatching is done by artificial means on mats, on breeding mats, as you probably know, and the fish are grown here for the first 6 weeks to 8 months. 6 weeks to 8 weeks, and they are each. I will show you this again because each of these 7 systems here is separate. So if a disease or problem develops in one of these systems, it will not travel to the other systems. Each one has its own nets, its own buckets, its own sorting nets and things like that. Sorry, go back a bit. Those were the brushes for the spawning, and these are the post larvae. And one very interesting thing, one thing that you might find interesting is the system that was developed at the farm for feeding of Artemia. This is a special Artemia from a central tank. The Artemia goes through these pipes, and each pipe goes into a separate tank. So you can see the pipe here, and the Artemia is coming out all throughout the day in pulses. So there's no need to do it by hand, and it's much better for the fish. They grow much better rather than having to come 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times a day to feed the Artemia. The first sorting is done when the fish are very, very small. You can see they also a special vacuum machine that was developed on the spot. They are taking out the fish that are not worth growing. Obviously, the earlier you do the sorting, the more money you save because you are not feeding fish that you are going to throw out afterwards. I can remind you that in koi, I think that maybe 3% of the fish you spawn, or less than 3% of the fish that you spawn, are marketable quality. So you try to sort as much as possible, as early as possible. So going on to the on-growing system. The on-growing systems, there are 4 different systems for on-growing. In the main grow-out section, the general view of these, half of the facility is with this sort of tanks, and the other half is with concrete tanks. This was built in two lots, so everything is each system has its own solid filter, and the biofilter is a trickling tower, and in one of the filters, one of the systems, we also have ozone. And the system is built, if you look on the right side, there is a trough where you can empty the tank with the fish into this trough, so that you don't need to take the fish out for sorting. You don't need nets. You can just empty the tank with the fish into the trough, and goes by gravity down to the sorting area, where the fish are sorted either for size or for quality. Here this is a quality sorting, so most of the work in this facility is sorting all the time. In any koi facility, that is probably the most work is done in sorting the quality and the size. Coming to the shipping area, this is the shipping area. We have cooling tanks in which the fish are gradually cooled, a system that's controlled by a computer that lowers the temperature gradually over a period of 12 to 24 hours. The temperature is reduced so that the fish can be transported properly. When at lower temperatures, the fish are less liable to injure themselves or move around. They go into semi-hibernation sort of state. A clipping machine, which is standard in all the factories, all the farms in Israel. It's usually a mechanical clipper and boxes. And this is what the cooling tanks look like with the fish inside. These are special baskets for all bigger fish. For smaller fish, we can use metal baskets or plastic baskets, but for bigger fish, you don't want them to injure themselves on the sides of the basket, so they are using this. This is, you can see the process. A fixed amount of water is put in the bag, and oxygen. After the fish are put in, it's clipped, and it's ready for packing. Everything is prepared at a fixed time before the flight, so that the minimum time on the way. One thing that we are very proud of here is that it's the only koi farm in the world that's capable of making koi shipments directly to Sweden, because in Sweden they have very, very strict import regulations, and so they get some of their koi with land shipments from Holland or from Germany, but if you want to ship directly to Sweden, you need to be able to do the tests that they require. The test costs about 2,000 euro just for the test for the fish, but it's worth it because the fish are sold at a much higher price. So this is more or less how the koi facility works, and I'm happy to take questions from anyone who would like to ask them.
How are you tackling the issue of disease in your farms?
All the farms have a protocol for checking the fish at various stages of growth. There are also protocols in place by the tests that need to be done. If you want to export to Europe, you have to test. Test certain periodically. You have to get the veterinary services have to sign the health certificate, and they will not sign the health certificate if you have not done the tests. So the tests are being done. These are for the main diseases. But in any fish farm, you need to monitor health right from the beginning. So we have people who that is their job. They collect the dead fish. They check the tanks every morning, every afternoon, every evening. They know what to look for. If there's a problem, then the fish are treated, and sometimes, like in any fish farm, you have problems, you have health problems, you need to deal with them, and over time you develop something that works for you. We don't use antibiotics in our farms. We use alternatives. The use of antibiotics in the past has caused problems because the fish become immune to certain antibiotics, and then you have extra problems on hand. So basically, you have someone who is responsible for the health. And a big farm like in Hazorea Aquatics, they have two people who are working. One is full time, one is half time, who are working only on this, on monitoring the health and treating the health.
So, are you facing frequent disease issues at your farms?
No, we have occasional diseases, occasional problems. I don't come from the professional fish keeping side, so I'm less aware. But most of them are parasite problems. Most of those which can be quite easily treated, dactylogyros, gyrodactylos. These are the problems with cold water fish, especially with goldfish, not so much with the koi. The goldfish are grown outdoors, so you have other problems with fish that are growing outdoors. With the koi, there are sometimes problems, but it's quite easy to treat because you have them all. You can see the fish quite easily every day, every hour, and you can treat them, and you can start treating them early, and you see the results. So we don't really have a lot of problems. In fact, we measure our health problems by the credits that we have to give our customers. If you remember, I said in my talk yesterday that we don't argue with customers. If a customer comes to us and says, I had a problem, 300 fish died, we credit them immediately. So all the data from these credits are collected. So we also categorize them, because they could be because of a leaking bag. It could be because of a delay in shipment. It could be because of, there are many different reasons for mortalities or for sickness. So we know what has caused the problem or what we think has caused the problem. Not always, 100%, but it's below 1%. So this is our measure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request, thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Anikumari, the session for closing remarks.
Thank you. Good evening. Malayalam or English? Okay. From morning, we have been going through the farmer training session, and first we have gone through the discuss breeding practices, basics. Mr. Anil has explained very well, and I think most of them were able to follow the basic training programs in the discuss. Then it was Dr. Anikuttan on marine ornamental fish breeding, and he has explained different varieties of fishes which are bred for and also the importance of larval rearing in the marine fish culture, marine ornamental fish culture. And he has also mentioned on the trade and also important species, methods of collection, then broodstock development, and larval rearing facilities, live feed culture. Then next was Mr. Judin. He was explaining on the biosecurity aspects of ornamental fish culture, and he was explaining how important it is to quarantine the fishes and go through the biosecurity measures. He has explained principles of biosecurity and what are the biosecurity practices like water biosecurity, equipment disinfection, what are the zoning concept, what is the vector control, and what is the importance of training given to the workers. And most important is record keeping in the facility, which many of us are not following, but he has very well explained what is the importance of record keeping so that you can go back to what went wrong in your system. Next was done by Mr. Sriram. So he has explained what is the importance of pH in ornamental fish farm. He is telling it is passion and hard work, and he has asked everyone who is interested in ornamental fish culture to come up for a discussion, and he has explained the influence of light on the ornamental fish culture, and he also has explained his experience in breeding so many varieties of fishes. Then it was Dr. Rema Madhu. She has explained the live feed culture for marine ornamentals, and mainly rotifers, then copypods, moina, then microalgae culture, and also you can contact Simofari for anyone who is requiring the live feed culture for their live feed unit. Then it was Mr. Kiran Mohan, quality control for the Sri Padma. He has explained different varieties of aquatic plants, which is a upcoming field in the ornamental fish industry. Actually, in our company, we have only one person supplying the ornamental aquatic plants, and there were many farmers who were interested in producing aquatic plants, but we need much training in the in that aspects, and we were searching for how to include this in our training programs, and we were searching for somebody to give us training in the tissue culture aspects and also aquatic plant rearing. Then it was Mr. Danny Benjamin. He has explained how you should go for a sustainable production, and why collaboration is most important in marketing the ornamental fishes. Because yesterday we were talking about why people are not coming for export. Then he said that it should be for collaboration to produce more fish so that you have a lot of fish for export. So today he has explained the marketing cooperatives and its importance in exporting the ornamental fishes, and I think we need to go more into these marketing cooperatives, but India government is coming up with some marketing cooperative, this one under Honorable Amit Shah, Minister Amit Shah. I think so far we have not gone into that, but I think that's also very important in our scenario. And he has also shown one beautiful video on koi farm in Israel, and we could see about the point which interested me the most is he has managed the whole farm with only 7 staff. So we could realize how behind we are with automation and all those aspects of ornamental fish farming. So how fast we need to grow. Then thank you, Danny, for all the kind information. Then he has also explained what, like all others, he has also stressed on the point of why data collection is most important. Record keeping is very important in aquaculture, ornamental fish farming. So these are the points I could summarize from today's fish farmer training. Thank you, Sofi Way Forward, for giving me an opportunity to attend this and be in part of your program. Thank you, Dr. Mini Shegaran. Thank you all others. Thank you the students. You are a lot of helpful to me to give support. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Minin Shegaran, Organizing Secretary of Sofi Way Forward 2026, to present a memento as a token of appreciation to our session chair, Dr. Ani Kumari, CEO, Sahyadri Aquarium Fish Producer Company. Ma'am, please. Thank you, ma'am. The session is going to break for a tea. I request all the participants who registered and attended the conference and training may please collect your certificates from the registration desk. We'll meet after tea for the valedictory function by 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the session. We now arrive at the valedictory session of Sofi Way Forward 2026, a moment to reflect upon 2 days of enriching discussions, knowledge exchange, and meaningful collaborations. Before commencing the session, may I now invite our distinguished dignitaries to be seated in the dais. Professor Dr. B. Madhusudana Kurup, our Organizing Secretary Dr. Mini Shegaran, Dr. T.T. Ajit Kumar, Professor S. Felix, Dr. Anburaj Amaldos, Dr. Anikumari. Please kindly be seated on the dais. I also invite Dr. Shibu A.B. to be seated in the dais. May I now invite Dr. Mini Shegaran, Organizing Secretary of Sofi Way Forward 2026, to welcome the gathering.
A warm good evening to one and all. Well, what a heartening moment. We have come to the end of Sofi Way Forward 2026, Sustainable Ornamental Fisheries Way Forward. Well, we had really tried to bring in stakeholders. We tried to bring in the experts. We tried to bring in breeders, farmers, traders, researchers, all together for a common purpose, common goal, to take forward the ornamental fisheries. Take forward, way forward, that is the theme of the event. Well, a warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, participants, stakeholders to this final valedictory session. I'm not taking each one by name. My throat is gone for a toll. Well, may I request our valedictory session chairman of the session, to give a valedictory address, the session chairs to give recommendations, and a recommendation of the conference. Why a recommendation of a conference is important? Why a valedictory session is important? Why is a plenary session important? Is important. All the discussions, all the talks which has happened, it should not remain just here. It should reach the policy makers. It should reach the policy makers, it should reach the policies, and there should be action plans, and it should reach back to the sector. It should be beneficial to the growth of ornamental fisheries sector. So, we will be communicating these recommendations based on our discussions which has come through the deliberations of 2-day conference. We will be submitting it to the Ministry of Fisheries. We will be submitting it to the National Fisheries Development Board and all the associated organizations, so that they look into the development of ornamental fisheries sector of the country, as well as the international platforms. Once again, a hearty welcome to dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all the participants. Thank you.
We are deeply honored to have with us Professor Dr. B. Madhusudana Kurup, Founder Vice Chancellor KUFOS, whose visionary leadership continues to inspire the fisheries sector. May I now invite Professor Dr. B. Madhusudhanakurup to deliver the valedictory address.
Dr. Minishekaran, Director, School of Industrial Fisheries, and the Chief Organizer of this international conference on sustainable ornamental fisheries, the Way Forward. In fact, this is the third edition conducted by the School of Industrial Fisheries. Then we have several dignitaries on the dais. We have Dr. Felix with us. He is the former Vice Chancellor of Dr. Jayalalitha University of Fisheries in Chennai. Then we have Dr. Anburaj Amalados. Dr. Ajit Kumar. Dr. Ajit Kumar is there. He is the head and co-organizer. Actually, he is from National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources and he is heading the Cochin Center. Then Dr. Ani Kumar is with us. Then we have Dr. Shibu. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Delegates from far and wide, from international as well as national scenarios, faculty members, my dear farmers, and ladies and gentlemen. I feel we are coming to a close of this international conference. And actually it's a matter of pride and deep satisfaction to reflect upon the richness of deliberations that we had witnessed over the past 2 days. We had around 25 such papers presented in this 2 days conference. And the sessions were so important in the sense that it commenced from the global status, what's happening elsewhere in the world, especially in those countries which are occupying the foremost position in the ornamental fish export. And what's the type of activities being carried out there, what's the type of regulation being implemented there, and what's the pattern of export maybe for the 10 to 20 years. So we had several beautiful presentations depicting all these very vital information as part of the session 2. And again at the outset, let me express my sincere appreciation to the School of Industrial Fisheries, Cochin University of Science and Technology, for organizing this very timely and highly relevant conference. And the most important highlight as far as this conference is concerned is bringing together a very unique as well as a remarkable confluence of science, industry, policymakers, and practitioners under one roof. So that's the beauty of this conference that I observed during the past 2 days. And normally there is a feeling that whenever a conference is organized by an academic institution, the tendency is that to rate this one as only an academic excellence. But this conference was much above. It is not merely an academic excellence, and we have witnessed very purposeful and very concerted dialogues and discussions. Especially these discussions are very important at a juncture for the governmental ornamental fisheries sector, which today stands at the intersection of biodiversity conservation, livelihood security, technological advancement, and international trade dynamics. So the type of dialogues, the type of discussions, the type of deliberations that we had over the past 2 days, it is so contextual in the sense that such type of dialogues and such type of discussions are very pertinent and very relevant, especially when our ornamental fishing sector is facing different types of challenges, not only starting from the production but also from trade as well as technological advancements. And there were very structured sessions over the past 2 days. And these structured sessions, actually the delegates got an opportunity to traverse the entire value chain of ornamental fisheries, gaining insight that there are both profound as well as actionable. So whatever discussion we had, it was just not for the sake of discussion, but all discussions were rather action-oriented. That's the beauty of this one. So India stands to benefit out of this type of discussion, because we are now start to do action plans, because still we are considering this a very potential area for development, but the normal impression that we are still a sleeping giant, but that should be changed. And our scientific community, including farmers and the new generation of the students, suppose we are collectively working on this particular sector, we can very well work up this particular section and emerge as a global player in the ornamental fish trade. I'm just highlighting some of the important discussion held during the past 2 days. To start with, we had the country status session, which examined the trade patterns, especially those countries which are in the forefront of export. And again, we have seen how various countries are strategically positioning to meet the challenges and emerging as important exporters across the globe. And take, for example, our neighboring countries, take, for example, Indonesia, then Singapore, Vietnam, then Czechoslovakia. So these are all the major players in terms of export of ornamental fish. And we need to learn a lot from them. And we had a very interesting presentation from Vietnam, how they could grow over the past 20 years and become a leading exporter. And the type of growth, the pattern of growth, and what is the type of structured growth they planned and executed over these years. And that we could learn from the presentation from the expert came from Vietnam. And in general, when you're watching the global scenario, we can see that there's a shift is there from that of the wild caught to that of captive bred ornamental fish stock, which are playing in the international market. And again, there is very rising in importance of traceability, certification, and eco-labeling. And the ultimate lesson that we could learn, the India must strengthen its global standing through robust policies, better infrastructure, and strong branding. Branding is also a prerequisite, because as such we don't have any branding of our ornamental fish. And of for getting enormous opportunities. What we should do is that there should be very specific branding as far as our ornamental fishes are concerned. And the session 3 actually highlighted the advancements made in the breeding, mostly on molecular-based breeding programs. Then again, application of genetics in the breeding program. Then the other ancillary type of work related to that of disease diagnosis, then quarantine system. And we learned that these are all the important parameters which guides the future growth of ornamental fisheries. So there is no option other than sustainability, and we need to comply with all these regulations if we want to become a leader in the global ornamental fish trade. Again, coming to session 4, actually this session underscored that the success of ornamental fish production hinges on seamlessly aligning efficient production with the dynamics. And again, we should know the pulse of marketing and the dynamic shift of marketing from day to day. And we need to target and restructure our production to cope the marketing needs on a global basis. Then we can emerge as a global player in the ornamental fishery sector. And again, we need to go for finalizing the standardized protocols, value addition, and supply chain optimization. And these are all identified as the critical drivers in the industry. Apart from that, there should be ethical sourcing, and informed consumer engagement is also equally important if we want to play an important role in the ornamental fish trade. Along with that, we know that there is a rising influence of digital platforms. So a shift is required into digital type of payments. And e-commerce also is playing an important role in the global market access. And these are all the steps that we can follow it of strengthening our sustainability and production efficiency to have a footprint in the global market of ornamental fisheries. And of course, the session 5 is the most important highlight of this conference, that is the training. And there was a formal training organized here as part of this one. And of course, this is highlighted as the most important vital link in the sector, because the factor involvement of people we cannot forget, we cannot ignore. Ultimately, the entire industry is governed by the people of various categories. There may be either scientists or researchers or farmers or producers, like that various categories of people are involved, and we cannot simply ignore this type of people who are actually instrumental in taking forward this industry. And the presentation rather lent us that without skilled, informed and empowered farmers, even the best technologies and policies fall short, cannot be implemented without the involvement of farmers. And this session emphasized continuous capacity building through extension, entrepreneurship and inclusive participation, especially of youth and women. They should come to the industry, for which we need to impart training on the areas which are very relevant in the growth of ornamental fisheries. So naturally, the emerging technology-based training is very important, otherwise this sector cannot grow. And this is what we learned from the presentation from the overseas delegates. There, the imparting training is a very important component of the whole industry. Ultimately, what is the overarching results of this presentation? Some very important observations have been emerged out of this presentation. Number one is we learned that sustainability, and there is no choice, other choice for sustainability. So we need to follow sustainability principles. That is a very important requirement, and which form the foundation of the ornamental fishery sector from all aspects, whether it is for biodiversity conservation or responsible breeding or eco-friendly trade practices. Sustainability must guide every decisions we make. So that is why I was just mentioning that we cannot simply ignore sustainability. It is there, not only in the case of wild selection, but in all level involved in the ornamental fish business. Maintenance of sustainability is very important. That is one of the highlights of this conference. And again, technology, equally important, which actually form the key enabler. Actually, what type of technology we need to follow? And again, the technology that be adoptable, that's a basic question. Simply making technology, that doesn't work, because it should be adoptable to the farmers. And farmers may not be that much well-versed to take all technologies, but we have to make measures how and best these technologies can be transferred to the farmers. That is another important aspect that we studied. So the ultimate observation from this conference is that global trade is becoming increasingly competitive, and at the same time it is strongly regulated. So giving ultimate lesson that countries that invest in quality, certification, biosecurity and branding will lead the future industry. Unless otherwise we are unable to comply, we cannot be part and parcel of the industry. That is the overall trend shows. So India should also try to comply with all these requirements. That means we need to follow the regulatory requirements, mostly in terms of their quality and certification. And it is high time that we are coming out with the branding for the ornamental fish produced from the country. And of course, we cannot simply ignore the level of production, whether it is a small producer or a big producer, because all are equally important in taking this trade forward. So everybody should be taken to confidence if you really want to improve this particular industry. And again, as far as Kerala is concerned, we have the advantage of both biodiversity as well as knowledge, because there are so many research and development organizations, including universities, are at our doorstep. We will get the surveys, we will get the knowledge, we will get the training from these institutions who are dealing with ornamental fisheries research and development. So that is our advantage. And such an access is not available in any other states, because we have a number of organizations who are handling this topic, and they are prepared to serve this community. So they are also equally interested for the growth of ornamental fisheries sector of the country. And ultimately, now it is time for us to prepare the roadmap. I think so. Dr. Minichair might have prepared the roadmap. And some of the suggestions I want to make, which should be included as part of the roadmap. Of course, naturally, from the very beginning of this conference, we are telling that we need to strengthen the captive breeding. And we cannot depend on the wild stock for our export purpose. That is not endurable. That is not sustainable, because there are every symptoms of overfishing, and the stock depletion is there, so we cannot continue that type of development. And again, at the same time, we need to follow the weight class quarantine facility. That's very important, because when you are exporting to other international destinations, for example, the European countries and other type of countries where they are following strict regulation, regulatory mandate is very strict. Unless otherwise, we are not having a world-class quarantine facility, our product will not be saleable in these type of countries. Then naturally, the third important focus we need to give is the training. Training should be a very vital component, and the farmers should be given training, and that training is not one-time training, it should be a continuous training, because there should be some sort of updatement of whatever technologies, rather introducing new technologies are introduced in the sector, that should be important to the farmers. Then really we can take advantage, because they can very well adopt this one. And another point I want to stress is that the cluster-based development, because that type of development could not take place so far. So our focus should be based on the cluster-based development. Then there should be very strong linkage between industry as well as research organization. Because this point we had been discussing for the last several years, but the linkage is not stronger so far to the satisfactory level. So we need to find out what's the gap and how that gap can be rectified. Then again, I am re-emphasizing the importance of strong global brand for Indian ornamental fish. That also I feel we should discuss very, very honestly as well as very seriously in this valedictory session. And finally, we need to conclude this session. I want to mention important thing is that let us not see it is an end. The valedictory function and the culmination of this international conference should not be an end.